Chapter 1842. The caves in the depths of the sea were blasted open by the green-robed cultivators, and they began their merciless slaughter. If anyone tried to escape, the leader of the group of green-robed cultivators would send a few people to chase them. They wouldn't stop until they were dead. Because the entire Pill Sea was sealed, and there were too many green-robed cultivators, it was very difficult to escape. The sounds of slaughter were faintly discernible as the Pill Sea roared. The smell of blood slowly caused the countless fierce beasts in the sea to gather. This was a massacre where the difference in strength was simply not equal. The green-robed cultivators all had high cultivation levels, and they strictly carried out their orders to wipe out all the Heavenly Bull Continent cultivators in the Pill Sea. On the other side of the sea, close to the Green Devil Continent, there were 3 large flags inserted into the sea. There were thousands of cultivators standing under these flags. They were all silent and coldly looked ahead. There were 3 cultivators in white robes that weren't green. 2 of them were men and 1 of them was a woman. They didn't look very old, only about 3 meters in age. The woman was very beautiful. She had her head lowered and there was a palm-sized disc before her. She held it in her hand and looked at it. Among the 3, a young man with a face as white as jade looked at the sea ahead and said, "Senior Brother Qian, Junior Sister Zhao, the slaughter in the Pill Sea has already taken 7 days. If we don't speed things up, I fear we won't be able to complete the old ancestors' order. At most in 4 more days, the slaughter here will end and all the Heavenly Bull Continent cultivators in the Pill Sea will be slaughtered." Beside the young man was another man. He looked ordinary, but his eyes would occasionally reveal a vicious gaze. After hearing the young man's words, he slowly said, "This Pill Sea is the entrance to the Heavenly Bull Continent. The Pill Sea is the door for my Green Devil Continent to enter the Heavenly Bull Continent, so there are a lot of powerful people there. It will be difficult to miss all of them in a short period of time. However, as Senior Brother Qian said, 4 more days should be enough." The woman smiled. She looked up and her left hand moved her hair behind her ear. "2 senior brothers, please look at this Pill Sea disc." As the woman spoke, the compass in her right hand began to emit bursts of ghostly light. A map of the entire Pill Sea slowly appeared. There were several green dots of light on the map. These dots of light filled the entire map of the Pill Sea and seemed to be moving slowly. Apart from these green light spots, there were also a large number of white light spots on the map. These white light spots were like candlelight that could be extinguished at any time. In the time it took to speak, hundreds of white light spots were devoured by the green light spots and disappeared from the map. These white dots of light were not uniform in size. 3 of them were far larger than the others, and seemed to emit a blinding light. The woman calmly said, "The 3 strongest rogue cultivators in the Heavenly Bull Continent in the Pill Sea have reached the mid-stage of Void Turbulent. The Ancestor has already sent the Green Devil messengers to kill them, so there is no need to worry." Apart from the 3 largest light spots, there were less than 10 light spots among the white light spots on the map. They were slightly smaller, but they were also far larger than the others. Outside these light spots, there were many green light spots, as if they were engaged in a fierce battle. Apart from the 3 rogue cultivators, there are also 9 weaker cultivators who have undergone 7 or 8 arcane tribulations. They are our targets. As long as we kill them, the rest of the people in the Pill Sea won't be a problem. With this, 4 days is enough for them to die." The woman smiled and raised her left hand. She gently waved her jade-like hand and a drop of black liquid appeared. This black liquid was crystal clear and gave off a strange light. Bursts of pure water essence aura came from this drop of liquid, and it was very dense. With the poison devil sex treasure, the 10,000 purifying dirty liquid, do the 2 senior brothers think the Heavenly Bull Continent cultivators in the Pill Sea have a chance of surviving? The woman looked up at the other 2 young men. The young man with the jade-like face smiled and slowly said, "Even so, we can't be careless. There can't be any accidents in this alliance of our three sects, and we can't let the Heavenly Bull continent notice. The three old ancestors have already used spells to interfere with the changes in the world, making it difficult for others to divine any clues. Slaughter all the Heavenly Bull continent cultivators in the Pill Sea and refine the Pill Sea back into that half a celestial pill. Then we can use that half a celestial pill to blow up the invisible barrier around the Heavenly Bull continent. The three of them didn't see that on the compass in the woman's hand, there was a very ordinary white dot near the Heavenly Bull continent. It was motionless there. That rather ordinary white dot was where Wang Lin was. Green dots of light would occasionally pass by on the white dot, but they didn't seem to notice at all. Wang Lin was calmly sitting in the depths of the sea. His body had already fused with the sea water and was slowly compressing the saltwater essence to nourish his body. However, it was very difficult to compress the water essence from the sea unless all the sea water was condensed into one drop. Perhaps it was possible, but no matter what, Wang Lin had to try. His divine sense was fusing with the sea water, and he noticed the killing intent and miserable screams coming from the entire Pill Sea. The entire Pill Sea was immersed in endless slaughter. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, one day went by. On this day, there were dozens of groups of green-robed cultivators flying by above Wang Lin, but none of them noticed Wang Lin among the seaweed and coral. In a day's time, the boundless Pill Sea had sunk down 30 meters. It was as if the 30 meters of water had vanished into thin air, which attracted the attention of many people. However, in the midst of the slaughter, even if people noticed, they wouldn't pay too much attention to it. The three people under the three flags in the direction of the Green Devil continent were like this. Northeast, 390,000 kilometers from here, one group of Green Devil guards, go. The beautiful woman looked at the compass in her hand. As she spoke, dozens of cultivators charged forward. They merged into the water and disappeared without a trace. They couldn't use spatial bending, but the Green Devil continent was well prepared. Not only could the Pill Sea seal, but it could also allow the Green Devil continent cultivators to fuse with the formation and move. Southeast 98 million kilometers. 5 groups of Green Devil guards, quickly go. As she spoke, more than 100 cultivators stepped out and disappeared. Orders came from the woman's mouth. She continued to deploy troops according to the compass map in her hand. She worked with a large amount of Green Devil continent cultivators to wipe out the white dots that resisted. Senior Brother Qian, Senior Brother Zhao, it's time for you to make your move. Of the 9 people, 4 have already died and there are 5 left. 2 of them are scattered, so there's nothing to worry about, but 3 of them have actually gathered together. These 3 people must be on good terms with each other, or perhaps they are skilled in joint attack. Senior brothers, please attack together and kill these 3 people. On the compass in the woman's hand, it was obvious that there were 3 large dots of light gathered together and slowly moving toward the Heavenly Bull continent. The green dots that got close to them all extinguished, representing death. The young man with the white jade-like face smiled and raised his right hand. A fan appeared in his hand and he tapped it with his left palm. He then looked at the young man named Qian beside him. Senior Brother Qian, little brother will help you take a look at the Devil Dao Sect's Devil Dao formation. There was a flash of viciousness in the eyes of the cultivator named Qian. He didn't say a word as he charged forward and disappeared into the formation. The young man with the white jade-like face smiled and shook his head. He walked out and followed. After the 2 of them left, the woman surrounded by thousands of cultivators suddenly frowned. Her gaze swept by the wheel in her hand as if she was very puzzled. Strange, how come the amount of water in the Pill Sea has decreased so much in one day? Her gaze swept by the white dots on the wheel, including the white dot that represented Wang Lin. However, the white dot that represented Wang Lin was too ordinary and couldn't attract the woman's attention. She pondered for a bit and buried this matter in her heart. She continued to send people around her to work with the Green Devil Continent cultivators to kill the few rogue cultivators of the Heavenly Bull Continent in the Pill Sea. The slaughter was endless, but Wang Lin ignored all of this. He focused all of his energy on absorbing the sea water. His body was like a bottomless pit that continued to absorb the sea water. He slowly refined it and attempted to condense the water essence. However, the difficulty of condensing the water essence was too great. One day of sea water wasn't enough. Then let's add a bit more. Wang Lin opened his withered eyes and looked at the group of green-robed cultivators flying by above him. He frowned. A moment later, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes to continue absorbing. In a flash, another day passed. During this day, the entire Pill Sea slowly sank without any pause. After one day, it had sunk more than 800 feet. Even some submerged reefs were now completely exposed to the surface of the sea. This change was something that even the cultivators who were in the midst of slaughter couldn't ignore. They didn't know what was happening. So much seawater, where did it go? Could it be that someone is using a powerful spell? The green-robed cultivators in the Pill Sea were no longer able to remain calm, and their expressions changed. At this moment, at the bottom of the sea far away from Wang Lin, 3 figures were escaping. 2 of them were obviously seriously injured, but the remaining person didn't give up and escaped with them. White Tiger, leave alone. Rosefinch and I are seriously injured. If you take us with you, we will only drag you down. I didn't expect that after we left the cave world of the 7 Dao sect and calmly cultivated here, we would be attacked by a death calamity. Alas, White Tiger, leave by yourself. Dear, 3 days in a row. Dear, what about the monthly votes? Chapter 1843. These 3 people were Rosefinch, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise that had left the cave world. The 3 of them had been on the immortal astral continent for many years. Seeing that the 7 Dao sect no longer existed, they chose to leave. They came to the Pill Sea and became rogue cultivators. They were once famous, but now they seemed to have reached the end of their lives. All that was left was exhaustion. With their cultivation levels, they could have done something big in the Pill Sea, but in the end, the 3 of them chose to remain silent. However, the tree may want peace, but the wind will not stop. The silence of the 3 of them did not bring them the peace they wanted. Instead, they were fleeing like a storm. The vermilion bird and the black tortoise were both heavily injured, and only the White Tiger General's injuries were light. He led his 2 lifelong friends and fled desperately through the Pill Sea. When the words of the 2 entered his ears, the White Tiger revealed a miserable smile. The 2 of you don't need to say any more. How can I escape alone? We entered the cavern world together, and now that Azure Dragon is dead, we can understand his death. But the 3 of us came out together, and didn't we agree to spend the rest of our lives here? Didn't we agree to find 3 talented juniors to pass down their teachings together? We haven't done all of that, so how can I live alone? The White Tiger let out a roar as he led Rosefinch and the Black Tortoise to escape. Behind the 3 of them, the young man with a face as white as jade slowly chased. Beside him was the cultivator named Qian. There was a flash of viciousness in his eyes as he chased with a sneer. The 2 of them weren't in a rush. The Pill Sea was sealed, so the 3 of them couldn't escape. Playing around like this made the cultivator named Qian feel even more comfortable. The 5 of them continued to escape and chase. However, in the Green Devil Continent, the woman under the 3 flags revealed a strange light as she stared at the compass in her hand. She felt like something was wrong. In one day, the sea level has dropped hundreds of feet. It is several times larger than yesterday. There is a problem here. She silently stared at the compass. The compass was completely occupied by green dot. There weren't many white dots left, less than 1,000. Among them, the 3 largest light spots had already disappeared. Of the 9 light spots that were slightly weaker, 2 had disappeared after 4 had disappeared. Only 3 were left, and they gathered together and moved slowly. Behind those 3 light spots were 2 rather eye-catching green light spots that were chasing after them at high speed. After carefully looking around, the woman's brows furrowed even tighter. There are no clues, but how could the seawater have decreased so much in 2 days? There are only 2 days left. Never mind, I won't wait for the last 2 days. The sudden decrease in seawater is too strange. I'll use the 10,000 purifying filth liquid in advance to clean up all the remaining cultivators. The woman felt a bit uneasy. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and raised her left hand. Immediately, the drop of black liquid appeared in her palm, and she flicked it toward the surface of the sea. The black water droplet immediately turned into a ray of ghostly light and charged toward the ground, disappearing into the sea. However, the moment it disappeared, the sea before the woman turned black. This ink-like blackness was spreading out at an unimaginable speed. As a result, no matter what kind of clues there are in the pill sea, they will die before the 10,000 purifying filth liquid. As for Wang Lin, he had absorbed a large amount of seawater in the past 2 days. The seawater was being compressed inside his body to form his water essence, but even now it hadn't formed. He silently absorbed even faster. Several hours later, when most of the pill sea was black, all the Heavenly Bull continent cultivators that were touched by the black waters screamed miserably. Their bodies trembled as they were corroded by the black water. Even their origin souls couldn't escape. Life, scattered powder. Even the group of green-robed cultivators slowed down in the black water, but they weren't injured. Although the woman under the 3 flags couldn't see this, the compass in her hand clearly displayed what was happening on a large scale. She saw that almost half of the pill sea on the compass had turned black. Wherever the black light passed, all the moving white dots disappeared as if they had been erased. I don't care who it is that is deliberately mystifying me. I want to see just how you are going to absorb this tainted core sea. The woman murmured. A cold glint appeared in her eyes as she once again searched through the hundreds of white spots of light on the compass. She was very concerned about the sea water decreasing. No matter what, she had to find the reason. The white dot that represented Wang Lin was also swept by the woman's gaze once more. However, just as she swept by, she stopped and stared at the white dot that represented Wang Lin. Her eyes revealed monstrous, killing intent. Every white dot represents a cultivator that isn't from the Green Devil continent. Now all the white dots are slowly moving toward the Heavenly Bull continent, but this white dot hasn't moved at all. I should have noticed it long ago. There was a flash of killing intent in the woman's eyes. Northeast, 7 million kilometers away, 30 groups of Green Devil guards, go kill this. Before the woman finished speaking, the white dot that represented Wang Lin suddenly disappeared. The sudden appearance of this scene caused the woman's words to be interrupted, causing her to be stunned once again. As for Wang Lin, he had been continuously absorbing the sea water, but he still couldn't form his water essence. Shortly after he began absorbing on a large scale, Wang Lin's body trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes and they shined brightly. Water essence. I feel the aura of the water essence. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he hesitated for a moment before revealing a decisive gaze. He stood up and took a step into the distance. Ripples echoed under his feet and he merged with the world and disappeared. When he reappeared, Wang Lin was in the other half of the pill sea that was covered in black liquid. The moment he appeared, Wang Lin immediately felt a terrifying power inside the black liquid. This power could corrode all flesh and even origin souls. This is another power of the water essence. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. His body was currently in the 9th cycle of the water essence, so he had more resistance to this black sea water than ordinary cultivators. Although this sea water was terrifying, it couldn't corrode his body in a short period of time. Also, this black sea water contained the water essence that Wang Lin greatly desired. After his body appeared, Wang Lin sat down without hesitation. His hands formed a seal and all 36,000 pores on his body opened to absorb the black sea water like crazy. As he rapidly absorbed, Wang Lin felt a stabbing pain all over his body. However, at the same time, there was a very comfortable feeling in his mind. It was as if his body was being nourished and was slowly completing the 9th cycle. Far away from Wang Lin, in the sea near the Green Devil continent, the pupils of the woman under the 3 flags suddenly shrank and her right hand holding the compass trembled. She saw that the black color of the pill C on the compass was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This sudden change made the woman take a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at the compass in her hand. Soon, she noticed that in the black half of the core C, a white dot of light had appeared. The dot of light was not large, but it was the only one in the entire half of the core C. It's this person. The woman's eyes were filled with killing intent and she pointed forward with her left hand. 50 groups of Green Devil guards, go kill this person. As she pointed with her finger, half of the surrounding thousands of cultivators walked out. They turned into rays of light and disappeared before the woman without a trace. On the woman's compass, a large amount of green dots appeared around the white that represented Wang Lin and slowly surrounded him. As for Wang Lin, as he rapidly absorbed, his body rapidly recovered. His withered hands were full and his flesh moved as if they were filled with vitality. His body, his head, and his hair were all absorbing the essence of the black seawater. They were no longer dried up but were filled with life force. The 9th cycle of the water essence entered Wang Lin's body. After absorbing the black seawater, he injected new power into it and pushed it forward once more. This speed was extremely fast, and the amount of seawater in this area decreased. A moment later, the 9th cycle of Wang Lin's water essence was complete. The moment the 9th cycle ended, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His body was no longer withered, it had completely recovered. As he recovered, an 8th essence appeared inside of him. That essence was none other than the essence of water. The appearance of this essence caused Wang Lin's cultivation, which had been stagnant for a long time, to suddenly increase. A powerful aura spread out from his body. This aura was his true cultivation level, late-stage spirit void. At this moment, his aura rose like crazy, and rumbling filled Wang Lin's mind as he made a breakthrough. The moment he made a breakthrough, his aura increased explosively until it reached the peak of spirit void. He was only one step away from arcane void. At the same time, the world seemed to turn upside down inside Wang Lin's body. Popping sounds came from inside his body and his eyes shined like water. Water essence, gather in my blood. From now on, my blood will be the water essence of the 5 elements. Chapter 1844. The moment Wang Lin's water essence reached completion, shadows appeared in the water around him. The moment these shadows appeared, a green light spread out. Wang Lin seemed to have noticed these shadows that had suddenly appeared. His expression remained the same as he raised his right hand and reached at the water above him. With this, all the black liquid in the water gathered and turned into a drop of black liquid in Wang Lin's hand. This liquid was the 10,000 purified dirty liquid. As the shadows appeared one by one and powerful auras charged toward Wang Lin mercilessly squeezed the drop of black liquid. Water can isolate all auras, stop fire from burning, suffocate life, and make the world colorless, Wang Lin murmured. With a squeeze, the drop of black liquid in his hand collapsed and turned into a large amount of ink-like water that spread like crazy with Wang Lin as the center. The 1,000 shadows closing in on Wang Lin didn't even have a chance to use spells before they were surrounded by the black ink. Waves of miserable screams echoed in the pill sea. All the cultivators in green that were touched by the black ink trembled and their bodies corroded. Their origin souls died. Some of them seemed to be suffocated and died with their eyes wide open. What was being isolated wasn't just their auras, but also their celestial spiritual energy and the burning of their life force. There were also some whose bodies directly exploded. The blood in their bodies surged backwards, forcefully seeping out from their pores. Their bodies were crushed, and their nascent souls were destroyed. Many of them began to wither at a visible rate as their bodies trembled. In the blink of an eye, they turned into corpse-like skeletons. Even their origin souls began to wither and collapse as they lost all their moisture. All of this happened when Wang Lin squeezed his right hand. His expression was calm as he slowly walked forward. As he walked past the corpses, strands of black liquid entered Wang Lin's body and fused with his blood. After taking 7 steps, Wang Lin suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. That was where the 3 flags and the woman were. The woman's body trembled and her eyes were filled with terror. All the green dots around Wang Lin on the compass in her hand were extinguished, and the black dots disappeared. There was only one white dot that slowly moved across the vast sea before disappearing without a trace. Who is this person? Why wasn't he among the powerhouses we investigated earlier? After pondering for a moment, the woman clenched her teeth. All green demon guards, listen to my order. Chase this person into the Pill Sea. We can't let him leave. He stole the 10,000 purified dirty liquid, so we must kill him to get it back. As the woman spoke, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood seemed to fuse with her words and directly turned into gas that entered the compass in her hand. The moment the blood dissipated, all the green-robed cultivators around the woman quickly charged forward. At the same time, all the Green Devil Continent cultivators in the Pill Sea trembled as the woman's voice echoed in their minds. The reason her voice could spread so far wasn't because the woman's cultivation level was shocking, but because she was using the compass in her hand. This compass wasn't ordinary, it was the core of the formation that shrouded the Pill Sea. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly walked through the Pill Sea. His pace wasn't fast, but every step he took covered a very large area. He moved faster and faster. These people sealed the Pill Sea. Although I don't know why. They are only allowing people in and not allowing people to leave. They are obviously afraid the news will leak out. As he moved forward, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he raised his right hand. A small person slowly came out of his palm. This small person was a sliver of a soul that Wang Lin had formed after cultivating the soul I Dao. Wang Lin's gaze met the small person's. The small person trembled and knelt down in Wang Lin's palm. It then kowtowed toward Wang Lin. The moment the kowtow touched his palm, Wang Lin's mind rumbled. Just as he was about to divinate the future, a mysterious force appeared and forcefully interrupted Wang Lin's divinations. His eyes narrowed and his expression became even more serious. Someone is interfering. It's not aimed at me, but at all the spells that want to divinate the changes here. Wang Lin clenched his palm and the small person disappeared into his body. I fear this place is going to be chaotic. Wang Lin pondered and ripples appeared under his feet. He disappeared without a trace using spatial bending. Less than 10 breaths after he left, thousands of figures appeared. They were all wearing green, and after investigating a bit, they disappeared once more. As for Wang Lin, he walked out of the ripples near the Heavenly Bull continent. He frowned, but he didn't leave the Pill Sea. Instead, he looked up into the sea. His gaze seemed to penetrate the sea and see the dark sky outside. The restrictions here allow me to only move within the Pill Sea with spatial bending. This restriction is a bit mysterious. Wang Lin pondered. He was not afraid of restrictions, as no restriction could escape his essence. The more restrictions he saw, the better it would be for Wang Lin's restriction essence. If he could absorb and refine an extremely ancient restriction formation, his restriction origin would immediately increase exponentially. The restrictions here can also be refined and absorbed to become a part of my restriction essence. Wang Lin muttered. Back in the Soul Scripture Pavilion, he was an elder of the Great Soul Sect, so it was not easy for him to refine them. Those restrictions were not that mysterious, They only contained the will of powerful people. While pondering, Wang Lin's expression was calm and he waved his right hand. Dozens of flames appeared in the sea to Wang Lin's right. The instant the flames appeared, miserable screams echoed in the air. The seawater churned and more than 10 green-robed cultivators appeared. Their bodies were burning with black flames that not even the seawater could extinguish. These flames were illusory flames created by their killing intent. Wang Lin rarely used ethereal fire, and this was the first time he had used it on the immortal astral continent. However, its power was extremely powerful when caught off guard. More than 10 cultivators died in the blink of an eye. They weren't even at the third step and were just people sent to search for Wang Lin. They couldn't resist at all. As he moved forward, Wang Lin was about to charge out of the water to observe the restrictions around the Pill Sea. However, just at this moment, his expression changed and he looked into the distance. The three of them are actually here. Wang Lin smiled as he changed directions and stepped forward. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the depths of the sea. White Tiger coughed out blood and quickly escaped with Rosefinch and the Black Tortoise. Behind him, the cultivator named Xian licked his lips and revealed a ferocious gaze. Your body is quite strong. It might be a good choice to refine you into a puppet. The young man with the white jade-like face smiled and said, The cultivation levels of the three of you are not bad. According to the sex investigation, the three of you have only moved here for a few decades and have no sect. How about joining my everlasting sect and you can avoid being killed? White Tiger's face was pale and he didn't say a word. He escaped like crazy with Rosefinch and the Black Tortoise, who were so weak that they seemed to only have one breath left. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't increase the distance between him and the two cultivators. The young man with the white jade-like face leisurely said, White Tiger, the three of you shouldn't be nameless, but why is it that the investigation of the three of you is completely blank in the countless years before the Pill Sea? He raised his right hand and pointed the fan in his hand. A ray of green gas immediately appeared from the young man's fan and turned into a golden-armored celestial. He stepped forward with a large, golden sword in his hand, and with a roar, he slashed down at the White Tiger. The moment the golden sword fell, White Tiger suddenly turned around and let out a roar. A tiger's shadow appeared around his body and pounced at the golden-armored celestial. There was a bang and the celestial collapsed, but the White Tiger also let out a miserable groan and dissipated. The White Tiger General's body trembled, and he coughed out another mouthful of blood as he retreated thousands of feet. I'm the White Tiger General, one of the 4 generals of the 7 Dao sect. I will never change my name. Little baby, do you remember that? The White Tiger General's expression was ferocious, and he no longer escaped. He knew that it would be very difficult for him to survive this death calamity. Since he was going to die, he was going to die honorably. Beside White Tiger, Rosefinch had blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the young man and slowly said, General Rosefinch, one of the 4 generals of the 7 Dao sect. General Black Tortoise. There was also the Black Tortoise. He understood that the 3 of them were going to die together, so he let out a sigh. Like White Tiger, he no longer kept his identity a secret. 7 Dao sect? There is such a sect in the Heavenly Bull continent? The young man's expression changed. He thought for a long time but couldn't remember anything about the 7 Dao sect in their sex investigation. 7 Dao sect? The cultivator named Xian carefully looked at the 3 of them after hearing this name. I saw this name in the sex investigation of the Heavenly Bull continent. It was a sect from many years ago, and the sect master was called the 7-colored celestial sovereign. His cultivation level was extraordinary, but I fear he is long dead. Hearing the words 7-colored celestial sovereign, White Tiger and company became silent and their expressions became complicated. Although the sect master is dead, there is still one more person in my 7 Dao sect. If this person comes out, It won't take many years for him to become famous on the immortal astral continent. White Tiger suddenly spoke. Rosefinch and the Black Tortoise looked at each other and nodded. Become famous on the immortal astral continent? This matter is interesting. Could the person you are talking about be the Gui Isex Yunifeng, or one of the four geniuses of the eastern continent? Funny, funny. The young man with the white jade-like face revealed a mocking smile, and closed in with the cultivator named Qian. They were about to begin their slaughter. However, just as the two of them closed in and White Tiger and the other two were about to fight with their lives on the line, a cold voice suddenly blew past them like a chilly wind. Is it very funny? Chapter 1845. This voice came very abruptly, as if it had fused with the sea. As the voice echoed, undercurrents appeared in the surrounding sea and rapidly spread out. Wang Lin slowly walked out from the undercurrents. His expression was calm and his white robe didn't seem to be dyed by the sea at all. His white hair wasn't affected by the sea at all as he coldly looked at the two Green Devil Continent cultivators before White Tiger. Wang Lin. White Tiger was startled. Beside him, Rosefinch and Black Tortoise were also startled. They obviously didn't expect to meet Wang Lin here. Wang Lin nodded at White Tiger's group of three and then his gaze swept past the two Green Devil Continent cultivators. There was a flash of killing intent in the cultivator named Qian's eyes. Wang Lin's arrival didn't make him feel any fear. In his view, Wang Lin was only at the peak of spirit void, so he wasn't a threat. However, he had to be wary of Wang Lin's concealment spell. This person must be good at concealment. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to appear before me without me noticing. The cultivator named Qian sneered. Not only did he not stop, he moved even faster toward Wang Lin. Since you two know each other, then stay here today. On the road to the underworld, you two can accompany each other. In contrast to the cultivator named Qian, the jade-faced young man's pupils shrank when Wang Lin closed in. He stopped moving forward and rapidly retreated. This person looks ordinary, but there is an invisible smell of blood on his body. He must have killed a lot in the Pill Sea. The jade-faced young man's cultivation method made him extremely sensitive to blood. The moment he saw Wang Lin, the smell of blood that others couldn't detect but he could feel rushed at him. It was enough to suffocate him. As he retreated, he raised his right hand to cover his right eye, leaving only his left eye visible. The pupil in his left eye rotated strangely, and he suddenly saw thousands of mournful souls around Wang Lin. They were all the Green Devil Continent cultivators he had killed in the Pill Sea. The moment he saw this, the jade-faced young man's body trembled. He didn't inform his companions but quickly retreated at full speed. There was a clear contrast between him and the cultivator surnamed Qian, one advancing while the other retreating. You're courting death, Wang Lin sneered. As the cultivator named Qian closed in, he waved his right hand. Black gas spread out from Wang Lin's hand and turned into a roar. The EC puppet appeared and flicked its scarlet tongue. It revealed a cruel smile and charged at the cultivator named Qian. This cultivator's cultivation was extraordinary, but compared to the EC puppet, it was like comparing heaven and earth. The moment EC appeared, the cultivator named Qian's eyes widened and all the hairs on his body stood on end. A sense of life and death crisis flooded him like a flood. At this moment, his body twisted strangely and he didn't hesitate to change directions. He quickly retreated in an attempt to avoid EC's attack and escape. Damn it, how can he have such a powerful puppet? What is this person's identity? He actually has an early-stage void turbulent puppet beside him. The cultivator named Qian was filled with fear, but his speed couldn't compare to the EC puppet. As he retreated, the EC puppet caught up. The black fog shrouded the cultivator named Qian and thunderous rumbles echoed. Muffled groans and blood spurted out from the black fog. As for the young man who chose to escape, he was filled with fear and quickly retreated. He instantly widened the distance between him and Wang Lin. His body flickered, and he was about to merge with the restriction formation to teleport away. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the Green Devil Continent cultivator that was about to leave. He raised his right hand and reached at the void. The undercurrent at the bottom of the sea rippled and formed a giant arm that reached toward the young man with the white jade-like face. With a bang, the young man opened the fan in his hand. There was a picture of 10,000 horses galloping on the front of the fan. The moment he opened the fan, the neighing of the horses echoed in the air. At the same time, illusions of horses appeared in the seawater beside the young man. In the blink of an eye, they filled the area behind him and formed a scene of 10,000 horses galloping. The sea trembled and the illusionary horses charged out. They collided with the arm that Wang Lin had formed. Muffled rumbles echoed throughout the Pill Sea. The seawater was stirred up, forming a huge vortex. The vortex rotated, causing the seawater to spin rapidly. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, Wang Lin's illusionary arm dissipated along with the illusionary horses. As for the young man, he disappeared into the formation. It wasn't until he appeared in the direction of the Green Devil Continent where the three flags were. The young man with the white jade-like face appeared next to the woman holding the compass. The moment he appeared, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with lingering fear. An accident has occurred. Senior Brother Qian is in danger. When did such a cultivator appear in the Heavenly Bull Continent? His name is Wang Lin. We must immediately report this matter to the sect. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly said. The woman beside him was staring at the compass in her hand. Her gaze was focused on the white dot representing Wang Lin. As long as he is inside the formation, he can't escape. I have already reported this matter to the sect, and the three old ancestors have sent eldest senior brother Void Cloud. After eldest senior brother, the army of the three sect alliance has also moved out. As long as eldest senior brother refines the Pill Sea into the half-celestial pill and explodes the barrier around the Heavenly Bull Continent, everything will be over. Eldest senior brother Void Cloud. When the young man with the white jade-like face heard this name, his eyes were filled with respect. The name, Void Cloud, was like the sun in the sky in the Green Devil Continent. Even across the entire Eastern Continent, he was famous. Void Cloud, one of the four geniuses of the Eastern Continent. His sect wasn't fixed, and all three great sects of the Green Devil Continent were his sections. He could learn all the spells of the three great sects and was the eldest senior brother of all the disciples of the Green Devil Continent. Rumor has it that eldest senior brother Void Cloud went to the Northern Continent many years ago and became a disciple of Grand Empyrean Wu Feng. His cultivation level is unfathomable, and with him here, this Wang Lin will without a doubt die. As for Wang Lin, the cultivator named Qian was not a match for EC at all. The battle soon ended with a miserable scream. The cultivator named Qian's body collapsed and all his blood was sucked out by EC, leaving only his origin soul. Due to Wang Lin's request, he wasn't killed. Before White Tiger and company, Wang Lin began to search the origin soul of the cultivator named Qian. His eyes were calm, and only after he finished searching did he let go. The EC tongue was about to devour the origin soul, but Wang Lin sealed it first and took it away. EC was startled for a moment and its eyes shined fiercely. It stared at Wang Lin and roared. I still have use for this person. Wang Lin looked at EC, and the calmness in his eyes seemed to contain a monstrous killing intent. EC's roar gradually weakened under Wang Lin's gaze. It lowered its head and no longer roared. As Wang Lin's cultivation level increased, the imprint he left on the EC puppet became even more profound. Unless it was at its limit, the EC puppet wouldn't stubbornly resist Wang Lin's orders. Three old friends, I didn't expect to meet you here after so many years. Wang Lin turned around and looked at White Tiger and company, who had complicated expressions. He clasped his hands and smiled. White Tiger and company were very emotional and sighed. Wang Lin, since the Green Devil continent has made a move, it must be a strike of thunder. I fear most of the Heavenly Bull continent cultivators in the Pill Sea have been killed. How should we leave? The Black Tortoise let out a sigh and looked at Wang Lin. Rosefinch pondered and slowly said, "This is not the first time the Green Devil continent has entered the Heavenly Bull continent on a large scale. I remember there were several times before, but they were all blocked by the barrier formation set up by the Great Soul Sect and the Gui sect. However, this time, the Green Devil continent has massacred the rogue cultivators of the Pill Sea. They must be planning something big." White Tiger said, "The world here has changed and is hidden by the Green Devil continent. I fear the Great Soul Sect and the Gui sect don't know what happened here. As people of the Heavenly Bull continent, if we can leave, we must immediately send out this news. Now is not the time to talk, let's leave first." As Wang Lin spoke, he waved his sleeve and many undercurrents appeared at the bottom of the sea. They carried White Tiger and company forward. Along the way, Wang Lin's group of 4 encountered several Green Devil continent cultivators. Often, Wang Lin would immediately use ethereal fire to kill them and escape. However, as Wang Lin's group of 4 moved forward, they encountered fewer and fewer Green Devil continent cultivators. In the end, it was as if they had all disappeared. Something is wrong. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. His previous location was not far from the Heavenly Bull continent, close to the edge. It didn't take long for the 4 of them to rush out of the sea. At this moment, the sky was dark, and there was no moon tonight. In this pitch-black world, even the seawater was a blur. Only the waves of sea breeze blew past, rolling the huge waves and emitting rumbling sounds. Occasionally, there seemed to be a faint fishy smell coming from the waves that were stirred up. After breaking through the surface of the sea, the 4 of them stood in the sky. Aside from the sound of the sea, it was completely silent. White Tiger's group of 3 also noticed that something was wrong. Their eyes lit up and they looked around. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and they could only vaguely see a dark outline in the direction of the Heavenly Bull continent. "The 3 of you guard me. I want to see how powerful this restriction is." Wang Lin focused his mind and pondered a bit. Then he raised his right hand and pressed down on the sea below. A new week, he needed recommendation votes. Chapter 1846. With that, the surface of the sea returned to normal. However, Wang Lin had left a sliver of his divine sense in the sea. He was a cautious person, and although this sliver of divine sense seemed useless now, it was very likely that it would be useful in the near future. His divine sense was fused with the sea, making it very difficult for anyone to detect it. After doing all that, Wang Lin's eyes became completely bloodshot. In an instant, his pupils were filled with blood tattoos, making him look very terrifying. Wang Lin used his eyes, which contained the essence of restriction, to look up at the sky. When he did, his expression immediately changed. The dark sky was covered by layers of thin fog. This fog was invisible to the naked eye, and not even divine sense could see it clearly. Only Wang Lin could clearly see it with his eyes, which contained the essence of restriction. 1 layer, 3 layers, 7 layers. Although the fog in the sky was thin, there were 7 layers. 7 layers of fog covered the entire Pill Sea. It was as if a huge bowl had been flipped over, covering the entire Pill Sea and the land below it. Above the 7 layers was a feng shui compass. This feng shui compass was illusory, and it slowly rotated. It gave off a powerful pressure that fused with the 7 layers of fog. This feng shui compass is illusory, it's not real. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He could faintly see an aura coming from the feng shui compass behind the 7 layers of fog. It seemed to be connected to the distant Pill Sea. The center of this spell formation must have become real. It's in that position. Wang Lin focused on the depths of the pill sea. His eyes glittered as he thought of something. If his restriction essence wanted to transform into a real body, it would need to absorb a large amount of different restrictions. This grand restrictive spell formation covering the entire pill sea was something that Wang Lin had never seen before, and he couldn't help but feel excited. But this desire was soon suppressed by him. He lifted his right hand and swung his sleeve before his eyes. 2 huge eyeballs appeared behind him. The pupils were illusory, but when they shone with a solitary red light, they seemed to be able to disperse some of the darkness. After these 2 illusory, bloodless pupils appeared, Wang Lin immediately sat down cross-legged and stared at the sky. His eyes flickered with the light of deduction. He wanted to break this pear-shaped formation as quickly as possible. As his eyes divined, the 2 huge holes behind him also emitted waves of divination. They stared at the sky and searched for a way to break through the 7 layers of fog. Slowly, Wang Lin's eyes became even more bloodshot, and so did the 2 huge pupils behind him. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. The White Tiger trio wore grave expressions as they cautiously looked around to protect Wang Lin. Whether the 3 of them could get out would depend on whether Wang Lin could break through this formation. Another half an incense's time later, Wang Lin's eyes glowed. He suddenly raised his right hand and pointed 3 times at the sky. Every time he pointed, the 2 huge pupils behind him would release a strand of blood that followed Wang Lin's finger as it shot into the sky. Others couldn't see it, but Wang Lin could see that every strand of blood that flew out from his 3 fingers had entered the first layer of fog. When the 3 fingers landed, the 3 strands of blood completely charged into the first layer of fog and intertwined with each other, forming a circle. This circle was one of the few small holes in the first layer of fog that didn't have any fog. Although it was called Little L, it was enough to pass through one person. 7 layers of fog and each layer is moving. It's going to be a little difficult to break through this formation. Wang Lin pondered. He looked at the sky and waited for a moment before he suddenly raised his hands and flicked them 9 times in a row. Each time he flicked them, a red strand of blood would fly out. In Wang Lin's eyes, the 9 strands of blood had penetrated the first layer that he had set up with the restriction strand of blood. After passing through the hole, the 9 strands of blood immediately split into 4 and found a similar spot in the second layer of fog. They connected with each other and formed a second circle. At the same time, the remaining 5 strands of blood passed through the second circle and used the same method to set up the same hole in the third layer. As a result, Wang Lin had found a way to break out of the first 3 layers. White Tiger and company couldn't see any of this. At this moment, the 3 of them had serious expressions and would occasionally look at Wang Lin with anxiety. After all, a lot of time had passed. Even now, no cultivators from the Green Devil continent had appeared. This was simply too strange. It was like the calm before the storm, and it gave off a depressing feeling. Wang Lin's expression was calm, and most of his mind was focused on the 7-layer restriction. The more he deduced, the more majestic the restriction felt. After the 4th layer, the thin little L like the first 3 layers became even more rare, and it was very difficult to find it even if he deduced more. However, Wang Lin had the restriction essence. Not only did he rely on deduction, he also relied on the gaze of the restriction essence. Before his gaze, all restrictions in the world had nowhere to hide. After another moment, in the first 3 layers, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He quickly raised his hand and flicked 17 times in a row. 17 strands of blood flew into the sky and pierced through the hole in the 3rd layer. In the 4th layer, 6 strands connected and formed an even smaller circle in the dense fog. The remaining strands connected in the 5th layer, causing the first 5 layers to all have the little L that could be passed through. However, it was at this moment that the pill sea began to rumble. The crater roared, and the sound shook heaven and earth. The entire sea seemed to split in two, with a long line at the center, and rumbling sounds could be heard coming from both sides. This happened too suddenly. There had been no warning, and the expressions of White Tiger and the others changed. Just as they were about to unleash their divine abilities, Wang Lin's pupils shrank. Without any hesitation, he shot to his feet, and the two illusory eyes behind him rapidly dissipated. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind swept up White Tiger and the others. Then, he turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. Just as Wang Lin shot into the sky with White Tiger and the others, an indescribably terrifying sword chi exploded out from the thin line that had split the sea in half. This was no thin line, this was clearly a sword slash. This sword slash had come from the bottom of the sea, and it could actually split the sea. Its power was shocking. The seawater roared. At the instant the sword shadow completely slashed out from the surface of the sea, the surface of the sea rumbled and was completely split into two. One was a huge crack, and between the two halves of seawater, Qi Qing could see the pitch-black seabed. This sword shadow was hundreds of thousands of feet long, and it pierced through the sea toward Wang Lin's group of four. When White Tiger and the others felt this sword intent, their faces turned pale. Rosefinch and the Black Tortoise were already seriously injured, and they coughed out blood. Their eyes were filled with terror. This is the Sword Tao. He never cultivates the domain of the world and only cultivates the sword. He fuses his will with the sword and his body with the sword. He destroys everything and even considers himself a sword. The Green Devil continent actually has such an extreme cultivator. The Black Tortoise was very knowledgeable and gasped. The sword shadow was extremely fast and closed in an instant, but Wang Lin was one step ahead. The moment the sword shadow closed in, he charged into the small hole in the first layer of fog with White Tiger and the others. Without any pause, he pierced through the second layer, third layer, fourth layer, and fifth layer. Behind him, the sword shadow suddenly slashed into the restrictive formation. Rumbling sounds echoed, but the first three layers of the formation's fog were swept by the sword energy and immediately collapsed. The shock waves dissipated, bringing along the Sun. The will contained in the shadow swept into the fourth layer, and caused the fourth layer of fog to collapse as well. One sword destroyed 4 layers of restrictions. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but gasp at the power of this sword. At this moment, he was inside the 5th layer of fog, and he clearly felt the fog tremble. An extremely domineering will that seemed to rule the world, and only the sword rushed into Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a deep breath. This will was only a remnant, but Wang Lin clearly felt the domineering will. No matter what this person's cultivation level is, just based on this sword, he must be someone famous in the Green Devil continent. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He took White Tiger and company, who were shocked by that strike, and his eyes were bloodshot as he charged toward the 6th floor. The fog in the 6th layer was very dense, and there was no gap at all. However, as Wang Lin charged forward, his hands continued to form seals and blood lines flew out. The dense net before him collided with the fog in the 6th layer after a few breaths of time. With a thunderous bang, Wang Lin charged into the 6th layer with White Tiger and the others. Void Cloud is untalented and came all the way here. Fellow cultivator, why are you in such a rush to leave? A low voice echoed across the surface of the sea. The sword shadow that destroyed the first 4 layers of fog turned into a cultivator in green. This cultivator looked like a young man, and his clothes were simple. There was no embellishment on his green robe, and his long hair was draped over his shoulders, making him look very elegant. He was extremely handsome, but he looked cold. In his hand there was a 7-foot-long sword. In the dark night, there seemed to be flowing lights revolving around the sword, emitting a cold light. What was coming wasn't Void Cloud's original body, but one of his avatars. Although it was only an avatar, it had close to 60% of his original body's sword intent. As he spoke, Void Cloud raised his head and charged toward the fifth layer of fog. He raised his right hand and swept it towards the sky. With this sweep, a crescent moon sword shadow shot into the sky. The invisible fifth layer of fog suddenly collapsed, allowing Void Cloud to see the white-haired Wang Lin, who had just charged into the sixth layer and was coldly looking at him. Wang Lin's name was about to spread across the immortal astral continent, and the 300 Celestial Renegade Alliance's miracle was about to appear. Thanks to Don't Ask Anything, the artillery soldier of the Shenzhen Celestial Renegade Alliance was one of the leaders of the Celestial Renegade Alliance. As a third-step cultivator, he followed Wang Lin to break through the cave cage and become the champion of the immortal astral continent. He was extremely grateful and even sent Yen Lu's disciple to protect him. Chapter 1847. Their gazes met at this moment. Wang Lin's mind rumbled and he charged into the sixth layer with White Tiger and company toward the seventh layer. His face was pale and extremely serious. As for Void Cloud, his mind rumbled and he looked at the sky with a strange gaze. I originally thought that aside from those old fellows in the Heavenly Bull continent, only Yuni Feng could arouse my interest. I didn't expect to see another one today. That coldness in his eyes. This person is also a cold and ruthless person. Void Cloud smiled as he held his sword and walked toward the sky. Wang Lin charged into the sixth layer. Only the seventh layer was left before he could take White Tiger and company out of the Pill Sea. However, time didn't give Wang Lin much choice. The fog in the seventh layer was the thickest, and it was impossible to find an opening in a short period of time. There was also the cultivator named Void Cloud behind him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up in the sixth layer and the clouds under his feet trembled. Sword energy seemed to come out and his eyes shined red. The two giant blood-colored pupils appeared behind him. Restriction Essence. Fuse the essence into the restriction formation. As Wang Lin roared, the two giant pupils behind him collapsed and all the blood threads flew out. Tens of thousands of blood threads surrounded Wang Lin and shot toward the seventh layer like a red meteor. The moment Wang Lin charged out, the fog in the sixth layer collapsed. The sword energy rushed out as if it wanted to destroy everything. The sword intent inside was even more shocking. "Fellow cultivator, stay!" Void Cloud's voice echoed. After the sword energy collapsed the sixth layer, it quickly condensed back into the heaven-splitting sword and shot toward Wang Lin. If he was stopped by this sword energy, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to leave the seventh layer. This was a moment of crisis, but Wang Lin had encountered countless enemies in his life. The more dangerous it was, the calmer he became, and the calmer his mind became. The moment the sword energy closed in, Wang Lin suddenly turned around and raised his right hand. His fire essence true body appeared behind him and raised his palm. The fog in the seventh layer churned and a giant palm print appeared. War Spirit print. And it wasn't just one. Wang Lin's fire essence true body also raised its right hand. Behind the giant palm print, there was another burning palm print. The two palm prints smashed down on the sword energy one after the other. At the same time, below Wang Lin and Void Cloud was the sea that had been split in two by the sword energy. The sliver of divine sense that Wang Lin had left behind to fuse with the sea suddenly sensed Wang Lin's will. The sea churned and countless waves appeared. As the sea churned, a giant palm print formed by seawater suddenly rose from the sea. As the palm print appeared, the sea visibly shrank. It was as if the entire sea had been condensed by the palm print and shot into the sky. 3 palm prints, 2 above and 1 below, shot toward Void Cloud and the sword energy. Wang Lin's own palm print was the first to arrive and collided with the sword energy. There was a loud bang as the palm print collapsed. At the same time, the fire essence true body's palm print descended. At this moment, the water source palm print formed from seawater had already shot into the sky, heading straight for Yun Kong and his sword Qi. This scene was the fusion of water and fire, This scene was the simultaneous attack of fire and water palm print. The moment the water and fire essence palms closed in on each other, the seawater emitted a large amount of mist, as if it was being dried up. Similarly, the fire essence palm print seemed to be extinguished by the mist. However, because the water and fire essence were both Wang Lin's essences, not only did they not extinguish, they became even more powerful. Even Wang Lin didn't expect the simultaneous use of the water and fire essences to have such an effect. The palm print formed by the seawater began to boil, and a large amount of mist spread out, causing the fire essence palm print in the sky to become hazy. However, the flames became even more intense. At this moment, even Void Cloud's expression was solemn. He swept out with his sword and the fire essence palm print collided with the sword energy. Shortly after, the water essence palm print arrived from below. There was a violent rumble as the water and fire essence palm print collided with Void Cloud and the sword energy. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the water and fire essence fused and erupted with power that far surpassed the power of a single essence. This power was shockingly Qi. Qi was a type of essence energy that was extremely difficult to obtain in the world. In other words, it wasn't something that could be obtained. Instead, it required a person to control both the fire and water essences, and then condense them together to form another essence. This kind of essence was far more precious than a single essence. The moment the Qi essence appeared, the water and fire essence palm print collapsed at the same time, but Void Cloud's sword energy also collapsed for the first time. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Wang Lin quickly retreated and borrowed the force of the shockwave to move the fog around the seventh layer of the restriction. He charged toward the fog with White Tiger and company. Void Cloud's body trembled, and he retreated several steps as the water and fire essence palm print collapsed. Just at this moment, he heard a roar and the EC puppet had been released by Wang Lin. It charged toward Void Cloud with a ferocious expression. The EC puppet had appeared too suddenly, as if it had been waiting for this opportunity. Closed in on Void Cloud in an instant and its black hand reached toward Void Cloud. This timing was just right. When the killing intent closed in, Void Cloud's expression changed and he bit the tip of his tongue. As the EC puppet closed in, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a ray of blood-colored sword energy that slashed toward EC. All of this happened too quickly. In an instant, the sword energy landed on EC's body and cut off his right arm. EC let out a shrill scream and retreated. However, the right arm that was cut off strangely turned into 5 strands of black gas that charged into Void Cloud's body at an unimaginable speed. Void Cloud let out a muffled groan and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. These 5 strands of black gas contained monstrous killing intent and were destroying his body like crazy. They were extremely difficult to remove because they also contained the power of the ancient Tao. Fellow cultivator Void Cloud, there's no need to send me off. We will meet again in the future. Wang Lin's voice came from the sky. When Void Cloud looked up, he saw the EC puppet that had lost its right arm turn into black fog and be put away by Wang Lin. Wang Lin took White Tiger and company into the 7th layer of fog covered in blood restrictions and disappeared without a trace. It wasn't until a moment after Wang Lin left that Void Cloud suddenly smiled, but his smile was extremely gloomy. This trip to the Heavenly Bull continent should be very interesting. Next time, I won't let you escape. A powerful person like you should become my sword furnace. Void Cloud's eyes lit up and he walked toward the sea. His face was slightly pale. He had been injured in the battle just now, but he didn't have time to heal. He still had to complete the task the old ancestors had given him. He had to refine the Pill Sea and return it to that half a celestial core. There was not a single Heavenly Bull continent cultivator left in the Pill Sea, they were all dead. The entire Pill Sea had become the domain of the Green Devil continent. Outside the Pill Sea, on the Heavenly Bull continent, Wang Lin's figure turned into a ray of light and stopped 500 kilometers away. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and looked at the pill sea that was surrounded by the restriction formation. White Tiger, the three of you can leave. I still have other things to do, so I won't be going with you. This place is very far from the Great Soul Sect but close to the Gui sect. If you want to tell them, you must hurry. As for the Great Soul Sect, I'll go inform them. Wang Lin looked at the pill sea in the distance and saw a cold light. He waved his right hand and a jade appeared in his hand. This was the Great Soul Sect's voice transmission talisman, and he left a message inside. Wang Lin waved his hand and the jade flew away. It was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A voice transmission talisman was several times faster than a cultivator due to its different structure. However, Wang Lin didn't know how long it would take for the Great Soul Sect to receive it. After seeing the voice transmission talisman, White Tiger's and company's eyes narrowed. They recognized it as something used by the Great Soul Sect. They looked at Wang Lin as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from the pill sea. He noticed the abnormality of the three of them and slowly said, I have already joined the Great Soul Sect and am now an elder of the Great Soul Sect. Take care. White Tigers and companies clasped their hands. They didn't say thank you, but whether it was this matter or the enmity of the cave world, they would remember it. You guys take care too. Wang Lin revealed a sincere smile and clasped his hands at the three of them. He especially looked at Rosefinch. Rosefinch let out a sigh and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he didn't. The three of them flew off toward the Gui sect. It wasn't until the three of them were gone that Wang Lin turned around and looked at the pill sea once more. There was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. I have never suffered such a big loss since I came to the immortal astral continent. Void Cloud, if I don't kill you while you're injured, I, Wang Lin, won't be able to bear it. EC's miserable scream echoed in Wang Lin's heart, and his heart ached. Void Cloud's cultivation level was very strange. It wasn't high, but his sword intent was too shocking. Wang Lin had already erased Yen Lu's divine sense from the treasures Yen Lu had lost to him and made them his. The 30 million Dao souls inside the gourd would be extremely powerful once they erupted, although there was only one chance. Now that he had made up his mind, Wang Lin charged toward the pill sea. His actions seemed to be rash, but in reality, he'd determined that Void Cloud would definitely think that he wouldn't return after charging out with great difficulty, and that was why he'd made this decision. If I want to kill Void Cloud, I must first obtain the central compass of the restriction. This was the first person Wang Lin wanted to kill since coming to the immortal astral continent. Chapter 1848. Wang Lin's body flickered and he appeared above the pill sea. Below him was the invisible formation, so he wasn't afraid of the cultivators inside the formation finding his aura. However, Wang Lin was still very cautious. He suppressed his aura and moved like a ghost toward the distance of the pill sea. After taking a few steps, Wang Lin merged with the world and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was close to the Green Devil continent. Even in the sky, there were large amounts of Green Devil continent cultivators flying by. These cultivators had varying cultivation levels. Most of them were at the second step and there weren't many at the third step, but there were still a few. When they flew by, their divine senses were spread out as if they were guarding against something. As more and more Green Devil continent cultivators arrived, arcane void cultivators began to appear. This caused Wang Lin's speed to slow down a bit. His eyes narrowed, and he charged into the invisible formation below. His eyes were bloodshot as he entered the formation and turned into fog. Wang Lin had the restriction essence, so he used his restriction essence to imitate the formation around the pill sea. He was confident he wouldn't be noticed for a short period of time. After entering the 7th layer of fog, Wang Lin carefully moved through the fog to find the real compass. As he got closer to the Green Devil continent, more and more Green Devil continent cultivators appeared. These cultivators were often in groups of a few dozen people. They all had serious expressions as they flew by. Along the way, I've seen at least tens of thousands of cultivators. With so many cultivators gathered here, no one would believe them if they weren't eyeing the Heavenly Bull continent. Wang Lin turned into fog and looked at the groups of Green Devil continent cultivators above him. He let out a sigh. The slaughter between sects and the cruelty between continents existed everywhere. The cave world was like this, and the immortal astral continent was still like this. There was no such thing as a pure land in this world. Even if there was, it was only because of the existence of an extremely powerful cultivator who suppressed the surroundings, making it so that no one dared to have any thoughts about it. Amidst the silence, Wang Lin's expression suddenly turned serious. He could sense a powerful ripple coming from off in the distance. It was not the ripple of a cultivator, but rather a magical item. The moment he looked over, he saw hundreds of Green Devil continent cultivators closing in. Among them were 4 arcane void cultivators. They were in the east, west, south, and north directions as if they were escorting him. In the middle of this procession, there was a huge drum about 1,000 feet in size. The drum was pitch black, even the drum's surface was black. A large number of ferocious beasts protruded from the sides, giving off an eerie aura. Surrounding the drum were countless vengeful spirits. They surrounded the drum and let out soundless roars, forming ripples that spread out in all directions. This drum was extremely heavy, and there were nearly 100 cultivators using their full power to support it as they slowly flew. The moment he saw the drum, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He turned into fog and immediately became motionless. He clearly felt that there was a cultivator hiding inside the drum. This cultivator seemed to have fused with the drum. When it passed by where Wang Lin was hiding, a divine sense spread out from the drum and slowly dissipated. It wasn't until the hundreds of cultivators were far away that Wang Lin looked at the vague outline of the drum in the distance and silently pondered. A treasure fused with a cultivator. In the remaining time, Wang Lin saw a total of 8 drums. Aside from these drums, he also saw other similarly large but different treasures. They were obviously large-scale treasures prepared for battles between sections. These magic treasures were all around 100 meters long. Waves of shocking auras were emitted from them, enveloping the surroundings and forming a pressure. I can't stay here for long. I have to finish this battle quickly and leave as soon as possible. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat, but the more he felt like this, the calmer he became. By fusing with the formation here, he slowly got closer to the Green Devil continent. Here, he could vaguely feel the existence of the formation's center. It's just ahead. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he quickly moved through the fog. Soon, he saw 3 large flags that shot into the sky. These 3 flags fluttered in the wind, emitting flapping sounds. There were even layers of ripples spreading out. Clearly, they were extraordinary. Under the 3 flags was a beautiful woman. She held a feng shui compass in her hand. She had her head lowered and was frowning as she looked at the feng shui compass. Wang Lin also saw someone he had seen before. It was the young man with the white jade-like face. He held a fan in his hand and looked at the sea below. It was unknown what he was thinking. There were hundreds of green-robed cultivators around the 2 of them. They were all motionless like guards and were cultivating with their eyes closed. These people, including the woman, didn't know that Wang Lin was coldly looking at them from the 7th layer of the restriction above them. His gaze took a few extra glances at the compass in the woman's hand. It's this compass. Once I get it, I won't need to hide inside the formation. This compass is the only thing that can know I'm in the Pill Sea. Wang Lin had the essence restriction and had studied the restrictions of the Pill Sea, so he knew the key to this. Only with the compass in hand could he find Void Cloud, kill him, and escape safely without anyone knowing he was in the Pill Sea. This compass was also the key to finding Void Cloud. If he wanted to find someone in the vast Pill Sea, he could only rely on this compass. However, this was a difficult situation. If he wanted to get the compass, he would have to come out. That way, the people below would still know he was here. I have to be fast. I can't let a single one of them come out, and I can't give that woman a chance to send out a message. Wang Lin frowned as he looked at the hundreds of cultivators below and then at the 3 flags. These 3 flags should be a protective treasure. This will be difficult. Wang Lin remained hidden inside the fog as he looked down and began to ponder. Under the 3 flags, the woman looked at the compass in her hand and frowned even more. Strange, there are clearly no more foreign cultivators in the Pill Sea, but there are still layers of ripples inside the compass. This is clearly the result of the formation noticing something strange. The compass in the woman's hand was filled with green dots. There was not a single white light, but there were ripples on the compass like ripples on water. The woman's eyes lit up and her left hand continued to form seals on the compass, but she still couldn't find anything. Her actions attracted the attention of the young man holding a fan beside her. He took a few steps forward and glanced at the compass before smiling faintly. "Don't be so suspicious. With Senior Brother Void Cloud here, everything will be fine." The woman pondered for a bit before nodding. "Senior Brother Void Cloud is already making his move. It won't be long before the Pill Sea disappears. At that time, we will be able to see the power of the legendary a celestial pill." The woman raised her head and looked into the distance. Wang Lin could faintly hear the conversation between the 2 of them. He also noticed some clues from their expressions and his heart skipped a beat. However, just at this moment, the entire Pill Sea suddenly let out a violent roar like the roar of a wave. The sea suddenly began to churn and monstrous waves began to howl. Shockingly, 9 huge vortexes appeared in different locations within the Pill Sea. These vortexes rotated slowly, but they emitted earth-shattering roars. "Senior Brother is starting." The woman no longer looked at the compass in her hand. Instead, she looked at the sea in the distance with anticipation. At the same time, a group of about a dozen cultivators flew out from the bottom of the sea toward where the woman was. This was a group of green devil guards that had gone out to carry out the woman's orders and had returned. These dozen or so green devil guards flew through the sky. Their appearance didn't attract the attention of the woman or the surrounding cultivators. It was clear that this kind of movement was very normal. No one noticed that there was a flash of ghostly light in Wang Lin's eyes. He turned into a strand of smoke and disappeared into the ear of one of the green devil cultivators as the dozen or so green devil cultivators passed by. The moment he entered the ear, the cultivator paused and his eyes were filled with confusion, but it was soon replaced by calmness. He followed the group and quickly closed in on the 3 flags and the woman. However, the moment Wang Lin charged out from the fog and entered the ear of the green devil guard, the compass in the woman's hand suddenly trembled as if it was giving a warning. The woman was startled and immediately looked down. However, when she looked down, everything was over. The young man with a face as white as jade noticed the change in the woman's expression and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "Something is wrong." The compass gave a warning and vibrated on its own. A cultivator not from the Green Devil continent entered the Pill Sea. The woman's expression was extremely serious. "This person is good at hiding, so I couldn't detect him. Senior Brother Zhao, help me. I want to reverse the compass and see what happened just now." The young man with a face as white as jade didn't hesitate to raise his right hand and press it on the woman's back. The woman took a deep breath, and her eyes shined with a strange light. She stared at the compass in her hand and used the method her master had taught her. Her left hand formed a seal and pointed at the compass. She didn't pay attention to the dozen or so green devil cultivators that she had sent out earlier. These green devil cultivators were getting closer and closer to her. A gaze filled with killing intent loomed among the dozen or so cultivators. Chapter 1849. The compass in the woman's hand became blurry as she continued to form seals. It was as if time was reversing and the scene of Wang Lin entering a cultivator's ear to steal his mind was about to appear. At this moment, the group of cultivators that Wang Lin was in was still 10,000 feet away from the woman. The eyes of the cultivator that Wang Lin was controlling lit up, and he suddenly stepped forward. He passed the cultivators before him and arrived behind the cultivator at the front. The cultivator at the front was a middle-aged man. He was at the third step and seemed to be at the early stage of nirvana void. He seemed to notice something and was about to look back when the eyes of the cultivator that Wang Lin was controlling revealed a strange light. A strand of smoke came out from between its eyebrows and entered the eyes of the middle-aged man. All of this happened extremely fast. The moment it happened, the middle-aged man's body trembled and his eyes revealed a hint of struggle. However, he soon calmed down and became calm. The woman staring at the compass also trembled, and the compass in her hand began to tremble violently. Just as it was about to reveal itself, the middle-aged man that Wang Lin had turned into a strand of smoke that had entered his eyes suddenly charged toward the woman. On the way, I found a drop of black liquid in the sea. I don't know what it is. The middle-aged man's voice was hoarse as he crossed thousands of feet. When the cultivators all opened their eyes, he raised his right hand and a drop of black liquid flew forward. The moment the black liquid appeared, it gave off a powerful source energy. When the woman heard the middle-aged man's voice, she suddenly looked up and saw the drop of black liquid. His pupils constricted. 10,000 purifying dirty liquid. The woman was shocked. Using this moment of shock, the middle-aged man controlled by Wang Lin crossed thousands of feet more. He was now less than 1,000 feet from the woman. However, just as he was less than 1,000 feet away, ripples echoed from the three flags. The moment the sound echoed, the compass in the woman's hand clearly showed the scene of Wang Lin flying out from the fog and entering the ear of a cultivator. "Stop!" The woman's mind trembled and she let out a scream. She was about to retreat, but the young man with the jade-like face was also filled with terror. "Source scatter!" The moment the woman screamed, the middle-aged man controlled by Wang Lin let out a roar and his body collapsed. A strand of smoke flew out and turned into Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the black liquid he had flicked toward the woman suddenly exploded. Waves of black ink covered the area and rapidly spread. In the blink of an eye, everything within 10,000 feet was dyed black. The hundreds of cultivators sitting cross-legged had only just reacted when they let out miserable screams. Their bodies rapidly corroded and turned into a black liquid in the blink of an eye. Even the dozen or so Green Devil Tribe cultivators behind Wang Lin didn't have time to escape and died. At the same time, a roar came from beside Wang Lin. EC, which had lost an arm, appeared with a ferocious expression and charged at the three flags. With a bang, one of the flags was broken by EC and it charged at the remaining two flags. All of this happened the moment the woman stopped, and it happened extremely quickly. Wang Lin took a step forward and closed the distance of 1,000 feet in an instant. The moment the woman and the young man with the jade-like face retreated, the young man recognized Wang Lin, and fear appeared on his face. As the woman retreated, she pressed her left hand on the compass to tell everyone what had happened. Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand and pointed at the two of them. "Stop!" With one word, countless threads seemed to fill the world and wrapped around the woman and the young man. Their bodies suddenly stopped, and they were completely stopped by Wang Lin. The fear on the young man's face froze. The woman's left hand was less than an inch away from the compass, but she stopped. Wang Lin arrived in a flash and took the compass from the woman's hand. He didn't show any mercy and raised his left hand to hit the spot between the woman's eyebrows. The woman's body turned into a mist of blood, and even her origin soul collapsed. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and the blood mist moved like a gust of wind toward the young man and surrounded him. At the same time, There was a flash of bloodlight as Wang Lin waved his sleeve. The blood sword shot toward the young man's head. It was also at this moment that thunderous rumbles echoed. The second and third flags were broken by EC's left arm. The black ink within 10,000 feet gathered like crazy and instantly shrank. It turned into a drop of black liquid before Wang Lin, and he inhaled it. Everything was over. The hundreds of cultivators had all died. The woman and the young man named Zhao had all died, and the 3 flags were all destroyed. Wang Lin's face was slightly pale. He wanted to be fast in this operation. Now that he was done, he put away EC and disappeared into the bottom of the sea. Wang Lin moved quickly in the sea. He held the compass in his hand and sent his divine sense into it. As cracking sounds echoed, Wang Lin's eyes became bloodshot. The restriction essence rushed into the compass and wiped away the divine sense on it, turning the compass into his own. If it was anyone else, they might not be able to do this, but Wang Lin had the restriction essence, so he could do it. Possessing this compass was the same as possessing the restriction formation over the pill sea. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled. As he moved through the sea, he carefully looked at the compass. He could clearly see that there were only 3 to 5 green dots of light in the pill sea, and one of them was extremely bright. The rest of the green dots were all above the sea. It was clear that it was inconvenient for Void Cloud to stay in the sea while he was casting the spell. As he stared at the bright green dot, killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Void Cloud, you're next. Wang Lin's body moved and he merged with the restriction formation. When he reappeared, he was at the center of the pill sea. The moment his body appeared, Wang Lin felt the sea around him rapidly churn. Muffled rumbles echoed as if his body was about to be pulled into the sea. He lowered his head to look at the compass. At this moment, he was not far away from Void Cloud. However, Wang Lin's expression changed as he looked at the churning sea around him. Perhaps I don't need to give up the 30 million Dao souls. Wang Lin pondered and didn't continue forward. Instead, he charged toward the bottom of the sea and hid himself. The entire pill sea seemed to be filled with towering waves. Rumbling filled the air as the 9 enormous vortexes rotated at the same time. 8 of them circled around the 9th vortex in the center of the sea. The whirlpool spun rapidly, faster and faster. Gradually, the 8 other whirlpools swirled the seawater into the air, and with the 9th whirlpool in the middle as the center, they began to spin as well. Void Cloud was sitting in the depths of the 9th vortex. His face was pale and his hands were constantly forming seals. Legend has it that the pill sea was formed by a celestial pill. However, this isn't a complete celestial pill, only half a pill. Void Cloud's eyes lit up as he raised his right hand and mercilessly reached forward. Pill sea condense. There was a thunderous bang, and the surrounding vortexes rotated even faster. As they condensed, the amount of water decreased and strands of celestial spiritual energy spread out. At this moment, the pill sea was like a basin, and there was a giant vortex at the center. In the sky were tens of thousands of green devil continent cultivators. They all had serious expressions as they looked down. They were waiting for Void Cloud to condense the half-celestial pill and break the barrier of the heavenly bull continent. Wang Lin was also hiding inside the vortex. He was also waiting for Void Cloud to condense the celestial pill so he could attack. Time slowly passed. Void Cloud couldn't observe his surroundings at all. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the sky were all focused on Void Cloud. No one thought there would still be heavenly bull continent cultivators in the pill sea that had been cleansed several times. Furthermore, with the restrictive array, there was no need to worry about anything here. At this moment, no one noticed that the 3 flags had been broken and the compass had changed owners. Their gazes were all attracted by Void Cloud. After all, there was nothing more important than seeing one of the 4 geniuses, Void Cloud, refine the pill sea and condense the celestial pill. Even Void Cloud himself didn't think Wang Lin would return. At this moment, he was inside the ninth vortex, and his expression was serious. His hands formed a seal and he pointed once more. The vortex rumbled and shrank. It shrank from endless size to only 100,000 feet. The giant pill sea was refined into a 100,000-foot vortex. This scene immediately excited the Green Devil Continent cultivators in the sky. Void Cloud's lips curled into a smile. He took in a deep breath and let out a roar towards the sky. His cultivation base exploded out. His cultivation base was extremely strange. Even now, it was impossible to tell what cultivation level he was at. The only thing that could be felt was a monstrous amount of sword chi. There was also a sword intent that shrouded the area. Teacher told me to condense the celestial pill in the pill sea to push my reputation one step above the other three geniuses. I'll go to the Celestial Clan's Imperial City as the #1 person in the Eastern Continent and obtain the qualification to enter the Ancestral Temple. Void Cloud's eyes lit up and the surrounding 100,000 feet of water condensed once more. It shrank once more to 300,000 feet. From above, only this 300,000 feet of water covered the entire pill sea. The rest of the sea was covered in seaweed and coral. There were also countless sea beasts that had exploded and died. Chapter 1850. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo across the entire pill sea. Void Cloud's expression was extremely serious as his hands continued to form seals. The 300,000 feet of sea water suddenly condensed to 100,000 feet. Void Cloud's face was pale. This action was not a small burden for him. At this moment, when the sea water condensed to 100,000 feet, he waved his right hand and a jade bottle appeared. After crushing it, a drop of golden liquid flew out of the jade bottle. The moment the golden liquid appeared, celestial energy filled the area. The dense celestial energy seemed to be able to solidify as it filled the surroundings. Void Cloud took a deep breath and pointed with his right hand. Instantly, the golden liquid flew into the whirlpool around him. The pill sea is formed from immortal pills. This is something many people know, and there have been people who wanted to refine immortal pills here, but from ancient times until now, no one has been able to do so, because they lack a primer. The catalyst is this drop of golden liquid. Void Cloud revealed a smile. This drop of golden liquid was extremely precious. It was something the Green Devil Continent had spent countless years to find. This item and the celestial pill that formed the pill sea once belonged to one body. Only with this item could he truly condense the immortal pill that had transformed into a pill sea. Otherwise, if he just scooped it up himself, 30,000 meters would be his limit. Many people had to stop at 100,000 feet because they couldn't condense it again. The sea water would disperse and absorb large amounts of water vapor to form the pill sea again. However, since Void Cloud had acted this time, he was completely prepared. He couldn't afford to fail. I personally formed the celestial pill and used it to break open the heavenly bull barrier. This is enough to shake the immortal astral continent. As Void Cloud laughed, his hands formed a seal and the seawater inside his body underwent a drastic change after absorbing the golden liquid. The sea water seemed to be boiling and began to churn. It shrank from 100,000 feet, breaking the limit of 100,000 feet for the first time. It shrank to 50,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 10,000 feet. The smaller it is, the more powerful the celestial pill will be. 10,000 feet is still not enough. Void Cloud closed his eyes and a shocking sword intent spread out from his body. It shrouded the 10,000 feet vortex and suddenly condensed. This was his spiritual sense completely immersed in the pill sea. He did not hold anything back. Booms echoed out, and under the gazes of the tens of thousands of cultivators in the sky, the water shrank again. Astonishingly, it shrank to 2,800 feet, 1,500 feet, 3,000 feet. Furthermore, this was not the end. Instead, it was rapidly shrinking to 100 meters. As it shrank, the whirlpool in the seawater could no longer be seen with the naked eye. As it rumbled, signs of half an immortal core appeared within it. However, no one was allowed to disturb him at this moment because the immortal pill was in its final stage of condensation, and it was extremely unstable. The slightest touch might cause it to explode prematurely. If that were to happen, then the consequences would be unimaginable. This was why the Green Devil continent had to clean the entire pill sea first. Only after making sure there were no mistakes would Void Cloud act. However, because of the restrictive array formation, no one knew of Wang Lin's existence. This restriction now belonged to Wang Lin. If he wanted to hide his aura, no one would be able to detect him inside the formation. Just as he was about to succeed, an aura suddenly erupted from a patch of seaweed that had lost all its water. This aura belonged to Wang Lin. The moment he appeared, he took a step forward and disappeared in an instant. He disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 feet away from Void Cloud. Although he appeared suddenly, countless divine senses gathered on him. Some of the tens of thousands of cultivators in the sky noticed him, and their expressions changed greatly. They turned into rays of light and charged at Wang Lin. Although they were fast, Wang Lin was even faster. He merged with the formation and appeared 1,000 feet away from Void Cloud. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand, took out the blood sword, and chopped down. He didn't chop down on Void Cloud, but the 1,000 feet vortex. Stop! Thunderous roars echoed in an attempt to deter Wang Lin and stop him. However, how could they stop Wang Lin's will? At this moment, Void Cloud's mind was completely focused on the sea, so it was difficult for him to be distracted. Wang Lin's appearance was very sudden, and his timing was very mysterious. However, it was no coincidence that Void Cloud had become one of the 4 heavenly geniuses. The moment Wang Lin's sword descended, he suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Wang Lin, he didn't have time to be shocked. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his divine sense rapidly withdrew from the sea. The mouthful of blood turned into a sword shadow and collided with Wang Lin's blood sword. There was a thunderous bang and blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. The blood sword was knocked back. Void Cloud's face turned pale and the blood sword shadow collapsed. "It's you!" Void Cloud's expression was ferocious and his divine sense was about to be completely withdrawn from the sea. Once he did this, he would be able to fight with Wang Lin. All he needed to do was delay Wang Lin for a few breaths of time, and the hundreds of rays of light would arrive. At that time, it would be difficult for Wang Lin to escape. However, Wang Lin had waited for a long time. He had always planned before making a move, so how could he let Void Cloud escape? He had calculated everything, including when the cultivators in the sky would arrive. The restriction was in Wang Lin's hands and was controlled by Wang Lin's divine sense. The hundreds of cultivators couldn't enter the restriction and could only rely on flying. However, when they were less than 1,000 feet away, the pill sea's restriction suddenly changed. It was changed by Wang Lin from only allowing people to enter but not leave to only allowing people to leave but not entering. The large area of the restriction was right in front of the hundreds of cultivators. With a bang, the hundreds of cultivators were stopped and forced to retreat. However, their impact caused the restriction to show signs of collapsing. However, Wang Lin didn't want to trap them, he wanted time. This restriction was more than enough. The moment Void Cloud's divine sense was about to be withdrawn, Wang Lin's blood sword was pushed back. However, his fire essence true body suddenly appeared behind him. This fire essence true body grabbed the blood sword and slashed down once more. This slash caused a sea of flames to appear. The speed and timing were controlled by Wang Lin to the extreme. It was almost the same as Wang Lin's previous slash. Although the first slash had collapsed, These 2 slashes were where Wang Lin's true killing intent lay. This sword whistled through the sky and clouds, and with a roar of extreme anger, it landed on the whirlpool 1,000 feet wide. The sword pierced through the whirlpool, and the whirlpool suddenly stopped spinning. A destructive aura spread out from the sea. This aura seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth countless times. It was enough to kill all life. Void Cloud's divine sense still existed in the sea. When the sea was slashed apart, the destructive aura caused him to be seriously injured. He coughed out blood and retreated like crazy. At this moment, he was no longer thinking about Wang Lin or the sea. Although he had come with an avatar, if this avatar died and the sword intent collapsed, it would be very difficult for his true self to recover from. At the same time, the hundreds of cultivators descending from the sky, as well as the army of tens of thousands of cultivators, all felt their hearts tremble. An aura that could destroy all living things covered the heavens and earth. It completely ignored the restrictive spells and spread out in all directions. The celestial pill is going to explode? In an uproar, the tens of thousands of cultivators were scared out of their wits. They desperately scattered and escaped like crazy. They wanted to enter the formation to teleport, but the formation was under Wang Lin's control, so none of them could escape. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and stepped toward the Heavenly Bull continent. Ripples echoed and he was about to disappear. However, just at this moment, the 1,000 feet of water that had been split open released a heaven-shaking roar that echoed across the Heavenly Bull continent and the Green Devil continent. Countless cultivators in the sky coughed out blood and their ears trembled from this roar. Void Cloud staggered and his eyes were filled with despair. "I won't let you go!" Even as he let out a roar, the 300-meter area of seawater exploded, causing the sky to distort and the ground to tremble. An indescribable destructive power swept out in all directions. The celestial pill had exploded ahead of time. It was supposed to explode close to the Heavenly Bull continent. When the barrier collapsed, it would shake the Heavenly Bull continent and cause a large amount of damage to the Heavenly Bull continent. However, at this moment, the celestial pill exploded in the middle of the pill sea. As a result, it wasn't just the Heavenly Bull continent that suffered damage, but the Green Devil continent as well. Void Cloud's body was too close. Even though he was frantically trying to escape, he was still engulfed by the destructive force. No matter how powerful his sword intent was, it was unable to retaliate against the destructive force and was forcefully destroyed. Wang Lin merged with the world and was about to leave when the destructive force closed in. It was like a big mouth that wanted to devour all life. The moment it closed in, Wang Lin's figure disappeared one step ahead of time. The earth collapsed, and wherever the destructive force passed, the earth collapsed layer by layer, revealing a void that was as dark as the starry sky. This destructive force rumbled and instantly shrouded the entire Pill Sea, causing it to disappear. Then this destructive force collided with the Heavenly Bull continent and the Green Devil continent at the same time. Rumble, 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 rumble! The entire Heavenly Bull continent trembled, and the sound of a mirror shattering echoed. The barrier of the Heavenly Bull continent collapsed. At the same time, the Green Devil continent was the same. Thunderous rumbles echoed, the earth cracked, and mountains collapsed. At this moment, the shadow of a giant bull appeared above the Heavenly Bull continent and let out a silent roar toward the Green Devil continent. Shortly after, a giant green scorpion that shrouded the entire Green Devil continent appeared. It let out a silent roar as if it was fighting the giant bull. Chapter 1851. Most of the tens of thousands of cultivators in the Pill Sea died. Void Cloud's avatar was too close to the celestial pill, so he was the first to collapse. No matter how strong his sword intent was, it was as fragile as a piece of paper before the explosion of the celestial pill. As the Pill Sea collapsed, the Pill Sea completely disappeared. After more than 10,000 Green Devil continent cultivators died, the rest couldn't escape this life and death calamity. However, as the destructive force closed in, a giant shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. This shadow looked like a person, but it was impossible to see the person's appearance clearly. He waved his sleeves and covered a large area, covering all the remaining Green Devil Continent cultivators. As the destructive force closed in, the figure quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the destructive force and disappearing without a trace. But in truth, at the moment he disappeared, the figure was injured. The Pill Sea turned into nothingness and the land of the Heavenly Bull Continent collapsed layer by layer near the Pill Sea. Large amounts of land were lifted up and swept into the interior of the Heavenly Bull Continent. This created a dust storm that would last for an unknown amount of time. Also on the Green Devil Continent, the land shattered and was swept into the sky. It turned into a gloomy mist that spread out like a dark cloud. Fortunately, the celestial pill had exploded at the center of the Pill Sea. Otherwise, if it had exploded near the Heavenly Bull Continent, the destruction would have been very serious. From this, one could see how extraordinary and mysterious this celestial pill was. 3 days later, the destructive force from the explosion of the celestial pill slowly weakened until most of it disappeared. However, the sandstorm that shrouded the two continents still existed. On the Green Devil Continent side, after 3 days of silence, they didn't change their plan to enter the Heavenly Bull Continent. The 3 great sects joined forces, and their disciples walked out under the leadership of their elders. They formed an army of 70,000 cultivators and walked toward the void of the Pill Sea. They walked toward the Heavenly Bull Continent that no longer had a barrier. Among the 3 great sects, a portion of cultivators at the void turbulent stage moved without any restrictions. They were dozens of rays of light at the front of the army. They were the first wave of slaughterers in this war. It was also a force that played an extremely important role in a continent. Heavenly Bull Continent in a mountain range near the Pill Sea. Most of the mountains here had collapsed and the sky was dark. Dust filled the air, making it gloomy. There were even howls and whimpers that reverberated between the heavens and the earth, like the mournful cries of vengeful spirits that shook one's mind. Within the fog, a white-haired young man sat cross-legged on a half-collapsed mountain peak. He was Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's face was pale. During these 3 days, he had spent almost all of his time healing. There was some dried, dark red blood on the ground before him. This was the blood he had coughed out during these 3 days due to his injuries. The terrifying destructive force didn't exceed Wang Lin's expectations, but when he used spatial bending to leave, he was still swept by the destructive force. Although it only swept by his body once, at that moment, Wang Lin seemed to hear the sound of his bones breaking, flesh collapsing, and Origin's soul being destroyed. When he merged with the world and appeared here, he could no longer bear it and coughed out blood. He didn't hesitate to sit down and quickly heal. If it was an ordinary cultivator, even if they didn't die, they would need to possess another body. However, Wang Lin's body was that of an ancient Tao cultivator, so he was only injured and not destroyed. On the dusk of the 3rd day, Wang Lin opened his eyes for the first time. He took a few deep breaths and frowned. There was dust here, and when he breathed it in, it was very bitter. He looked up at the sky. Although it was dusk, this place was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to tell the sun and moon. Worth it. Even though he had some injuries, even though Void Cloud had said that he would not let me off before he died, indicating that it was very likely that he was here as a clone, this clone of his was completely dead. Once an avatar dies, his original body will be affected. I just don't know how big the impact will be. It shouldn't be small. And I also obtained this. Wang Lin lowered his head, and his pale face revealed a hint of red. He waved his right hand and there was a flash of ghostly light. A compass appeared in his palm. This compass looked very ancient, and the map of the Pill Sea had disappeared. What replaced it was the map of the Heavenly Bull Continent where Wang Lin was. There was no light on it at all. This restriction is mysterious. After devouring it, my restriction essence will increase. However, it is still very useful, so there is no need to rush to fuse with it. The reason Wang Lin dared to heal here was related to this restriction. Before he healed himself, he had already spread out the restriction he had taken away to cover the area. As the restriction's range shrank, it became even more powerful. He could only leave, not enter. My injuries have recovered by 70% to 80%, so I should be fine. Now that my water essence is complete, I need to rush back to the Great Soul Sect. I don't know if the Great Soul Sect received my jade. Based on the time, they shouldn't have, but the tremor 3 days ago must have attracted some attention. Wang Lin stood up while pondering. His eyes lit up and his left hand reached at the void. A jade immediately appeared in his hand. This jade was very ordinary, but it recorded the second time Wang Lin entered the Pill Sea. Along the way, he killed people, stole the compass, destroyed the 3 flags, and killed the celestial pill. This caused the celestial pill to collapse prematurely and Void Cloud to die. It wasn't until Wang Lin left that the rest of what happened wasn't recorded. Wang Lin was no longer an ignorant cultivator. After joining the Great Soul Sect, he clearly knew that no matter what sect it was, contribution was the key to obtaining treasures, pills, and cultivation methods. If he told others about his contribution, some people would doubt it. The best way was to record everything he had done in a jade. As for whether it was true or false, one would know at a glance. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin erased the scene of him obtaining the compass from the jade and only recorded the celestial pill. This was enough. With this, I can ask Old Ancestor Green Bull for the multi-layered illusion spell in the 9th layer of the Great Soul Sect. Wang Lin put away the jade and compass. After removing the restrictions here, he flew into the depths of the Heavenly Bull continent. A ray of light flew across 100,000 feet before ripples appeared under Wang Lin's feet and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was far away from the Pill Sea in the Heavenly Bull continent. He didn't stop and quickly moved forward. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month went by. Wang Lin was not far from the Great Soul Sect. However, this was only with spatial bending. If he flew, it would take several months. This was already the depths of the Heavenly Bull continent. The ground was covered in green mountains and didn't seem affected by the impact of the Pill Sea at all. After all, the Heavenly Bull continent was simply too large, and the impact of the Pill Sea was only a small part of it. While he was using spatial bending, Wang Lin was sitting on the mosquito beast. Along the way, aside from merging with the world, he was healing. After more than half a month, his injuries had recovered to 90 or 90%, so they were negligible. On this day, Wang Lin was flying when he suddenly raised his head. His eyes narrowed as he looked ahead. He saw several ghostly lights flashing before him, and there was a black paper crane inside the ghostly lights. These paper cranes flew in different directions. They were even faster than Wang Lin and disappeared in a flash. Fortunately, one of them happened to pass by Wang Lin, and the moment it disappeared, Wang Lin used the stop spell to stop it a few hundred feet away. He waved his sleeve and caught it. His divine sense entered the paper crane, and a majestic voice rumbled in his mind. The Green Devil continent has invaded and destroyed the Pill Sea. The barrier of the Heavenly Bull continent will be blown open, and the army will arrive in no time. The Great Soul Sect and the Guei Sect have issued the Soul Order. All sects are to quickly seal their sections. All cultivators that can fight are to head to the 7 meridians that were opened countless years ago. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he let go of the paper crane. There was a flash of ghostly light and the paper crane disappeared without a trace. Wang Lin pondered as he looked at the sky before him and thought about a lot of things. After a long time, he frowned and no longer thought about those strange thoughts in his mind. He calmed himself down and sat on the back of the mosquito beast as it flew forward. As Wang Lin returned to the Great Soul Sect, 20 days had passed. Dozens of void turbulent cultivators from the Green Devil continent arrived as the vanguard. Their mission was to exhaust the third step cultivators of the Heavenly Bull continent at all costs. The more they killed, the greater their chance of winning. Behind them, the 70,000 cultivators of the Green Devil continent were about 1 month away. The 70,000 rays of light connected the heavens and earth and slowly closed in. Behind these 70,000 cultivators was a terrifying sword shadow with a monstrous sword intent slowly following. It was a golden ancient sword, and there was a young man in green sitting on it. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and he was almost devilishly handsome. His expression was calm, but his face was a bit pale. He looked toward the direction of the Heavenly Bull continent, and there was a hint of coldness in his slender eyes. "You destroyed my avatar and caused my cultivation level to fall to the early stage of void turbulent. We will slowly settle this debt." The golden ancient's sword under him gave off an extremely noble aura. Behind the sword was a figure wearing a royal robe and golden armor. This figure was extremely tall and gave off an ancient aura. This sword was extraordinary. Although he was behind in terms of the monthly votes, he wasn't disappointed or discouraged. Everyone could rest assured about this. This wasn't the first time he had fought for the monthly vote. He had gained and lost since last year, so he was very relaxed. He continued to write. Chapter 1852. There was one thing Wang Lin didn't understand, and that was the strange thought that appeared in his mind when he saw the paper crane. Whether it was the Green Devil continent or the Heavenly Bull continent, they all belonged to the Celestial clan. The sects of these two continents may have fought each other before, but to directly refine the Pill Sea, blow up the barrier, and slaughter their way into the other continent, Wang Lin couldn't help but have other speculations. This was no longer a personal grudge between sects, it was equivalent to a war. Interesting. I hope my speculation won't come true. Otherwise, the more people die, the less sense of existence I have of the Celestial clan. If it is really for the purpose I guessed, then all of this makes my heart feel cold. Whether it is the Green Devil continent or the Heavenly Bull continent, perhaps? Wang Lin silently pondered on the back of the mosquito beast. He thought about a lot. He thought about the 3 gifts the Great Soul sect had given him. He thought about what esteemed Bull had said. The old ancestor of the Great Soul sect had divined his arrival. There was a great purpose hidden here, and this purpose was extremely important to the Great Soul sect and the Green Devil continent. Therefore, after the small battles between the Green Devil continent and the Heavenly Bull continent, the Great Soul sect had made a big move this time. They had refined the Pill Sea, blown up the continent, and invaded the Heavenly Bull continent in one fell swoop. This was why the Great Soul sect had moved to the Heavenly Bull continent many years ago. The old ancestor had divined the changes of the world all for a secret he had been planning for a long time. Wang Lin silently pondered and opened his palm. A small person appeared in his palm. He looked at the small person for a long time, but he didn't divinate the changes of the world. Instead, he clenched his fist and put it away. So what if I know ahead of time? With my Dao spell, I can't divinate the changes of the world. One of the 3 gifts the Great Soul sect's old ancestor left me was divined. Perhaps he had divined that I would guess and used it to tell me the answer. Wang Lin smiled faintly. He didn't use the gift. He didn't need to divinate this matter. He had some speculations from some clues. What he needed to do now was slowly confirm these speculations and remove some of them to leave the only real answer. Wang Lin was good at this kind of thing. Or, he could ignore the chaos of the battle and leave in advance. 10 days later, Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the Great Soul sect. The moment he appeared, several rays of light closed in. Wang Lin felt the entire Great Soul sect become hazy and distorted. The world distorted and gave off killing intent that caused his pupils to shrink. This killing intent was not targeted at him but part of the Great Soul sect's sect protection formation. The distortion made it impossible to see what was going on inside, but Wang Lin vaguely felt that the Great Soul Sect was in a state of killing intent. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and it was a bit oppressive. This was just a feeling that appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Perhaps it was real, or perhaps it was just his illusion. The rays of light closed in on him, and they were also filled with caution and killing intent. However, this killing intent slowly dissipated after they saw Wang Lin's appearance. However, due to caution, the rays of light turned into 7 people and stood before Wang Lin. Among these 7 people, 2 were elders of the Great Soul Sect and the remaining 5 were inner sect disciples. Elder Wang, sorry. One of the elders had met Wang Lin once before. He had watched the battle between Wang Lin and Yen Lu. The elder clasped his hands and slowly said, "The Green Devil continent has broken through the barrier of the Heavenly Bull continent. The old ancestor has ordered that everyone who returns, regardless of whether they are elders or disciples, must undergo a strict inspection before they can enter the sect." The other elder also clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Ever since they saw Wang Lin enter the 7th and 8th floors of the Soul Scripture Pavilion, very few people in the Great Soul Sect were willing to offend Wang Lin. The 5 disciples beside the 2 of them respectfully lowered their heads and occasionally looked at Wang Lin. This was the first time they had seen Wang Lin's real body. No problem. Now that the war is over, it should be like this. Wang Lin smiled and nodded. He didn't mind. Seeing Wang Lin smile, the 2 elders let out sighs of relief. If it wasn't necessary, they really didn't want to become enemies with Wang Lin. It really wasn't worth it for them to have a conflict because of the sect's order. Now that they saw how easygoing Wang Lin was, the 2 of them smiled and wanted to make friends with him even more. One of the 2 elders clasped his hands and said, "Elder Wang, please take out your token and imprint your divine sense on it to verify your origin soul. Also, drip a drop of blood on it to verify your body." Wang Lin nodded and his right hand reached at the void. The token he had taken out when he entered the Soul Scripture Pavilion appeared in his hand. He imprinted his divine sense on it before the 2 of them. Then he cut his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. He waved his hand and the token flew toward the 2 elders. One of them caught it and his left hand formed a seal. The Great Soul Sect's sect protection formation trembled and a powerful pressure descended on Wang Lin. It instantly closed in on Wang Lin and swept through his body. Wang Lin's mind trembled. He could clearly feel that the pressure from this formation was very strange. Its main function was to remove the excess origin soul and divine sense from Wang Lin's body. It could even vaguely determine the density of his body and origin soul when it surrounded him. Through this, he could determine his identity. At the same time, the pressure swept through Wang Lin's body and shrouded the token. Only then did the pressure slowly dissipate. It wasn't until this moment that the 2 elders completely relaxed. They returned the token to Wang Lin and one of them smiled. "Elder Wang, please don't blame us. You can return to the sect through the formation. We have duties to attend to, so we can't accompany you. I hope Elder Wang can forgive us." Wang Lin had a neutral personality. If others were polite to him, he would naturally do the same. He was also a grand scholar in the dream world, so he naturally had a strange temperament. He smiled and clasped his hands at the 2 of them. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "Did something happen in the sect recently?" The 2 elders looked at each other and one of them whispered, 7 days ago, a Green Devil continent cultivator tried to sneak into the Great Soul Sect. Elder Su Dongda was the first to find him and killed him. The old ancestor was furious, so..." At this point, the elder smiled bitterly and clasped his hands before leaving. Wang Lin silently pondered and flew into the Great Soul Sect. When he entered the sect, the pressure he felt from before became even stronger. The entire Great Soul Sect was filled with rays of light as disciples flew between the various peaks of the sect. Perhaps because large amounts of refining materials couldn't be put into storage spaces, they were being moved by cultivators to various peaks. There were also a few large mountains of medicinal herbs in the sect. There were also a large number of disciples who were picking medicinal herbs and sending them to the designated elders who specialized in alchemy to concoct large amounts of pills. Fluctuations of cultivation came from the many peaks. It was obvious that most of the elders were in closed-door cultivation. They were trying to keep themselves at peak condition so they could carry out the tasks of the sect. Aside from Wang Lin's Fire Mountain, most of the peaks in the Great Soul sect were like this. Only this Fire Mountain was completely silent. As his gaze swept by, Wang Lin saw Fan Shanming sitting motionlessly in her cave. Wang Lin pondered a bit before waving his sleeve. He didn't return to his own peak, but headed toward the green heavenly peak where old ancestor Green Bull was. Greetings, Elder Wang. Dao Burning Peak's disciple greets Elder Wang. Heaven Crippling Peak's disciple greets Elder Wang. Along the way, all the disciples that saw Wang Lin immediately stopped to greet him before continuing with their own matters. Wang Lin didn't stop. After nodding, he turned into a ray of light and flew away. His cultivation level was high, so he attracted the attention of the elders in the nearby mountains. However, when they spread out their divine senses and saw that it was Wang Lin, they all scattered. Shortly after, the green heavenly peak appeared before Wang Lin. Wang Lin teleported and appeared outside the green heavenly peak. He clasped his hands at the peak, and Wang Lin's words were calm. Wang Lin requests an audience with esteemed Green Bull. The green heavenly peak was a bit different from what Wang Lin had seen before. At this moment, it was surrounded by thin, green fog. After Wang Lin's words echoed, the fog churned and a gap appeared. "Come in." Esteemed Green Bull's voice echoed. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to step into the gap. After he entered, the gap was covered by the fog. Wang Lin's body flickered and he arrived at the top of the green heavenly peak. There, he saw Esteemed Green Bull sitting on a rock. Esteemed Green Bull was looking into the distance, and in his palm was a small person that looked like an origin soul. It was kowtowing toward Esteemed Green Bull. Wang Lin stood on the side and silently looked at the little person in Esteemed Green Bull's palm. A moment later, the little person kowtowed 6 times in a row and looked tired. Esteemed Green Bull clenched his fist, and it disappeared without a trace. "I've received your jade. You will be rewarded for this matter." Esteemed Green Bull's closed eyes slowly opened and he smiled at Wang Lin. "The Green Devil continent has fought against my Heavenly Bull continent many times, but this is the first time they have done something so big. They actually found a way to refine the pill sea. I fear this matter will not end in a short period of time. The Green Devil continent has 3 big sects, and the 3 strongest old fellows have the same cultivation level as me. However, that doesn't matter, I alone can battle 2 of them." Esteemed Green Bull's eyes became cold and he took the initiative to say this. It was obvious that the result of his soul Dao wasn't too optimistic. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he sat down opposite of Esteemed Green Bull. He looked at Esteemed Green Bull and suddenly spoke. "I want the multi-layered illusion spell of the 9th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion." Chapter 1853. Esteemed Green Bull's eyes narrowed and he silently pondered. The 9th floor of the Soul Scripture Pavilion was the strongest spell in the Great Soul sect. It was fine to pass it on to Wang Lin, but the first-generation ancestor had said that Wang Lin would enter the 9th floor in 300 years. While pondering, Esteemed Green Bull suddenly said, "The Soul Scripture Pavilion has a 10th floor." Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his pupils shrank slightly. "Even I can't enter the 10th floor. Only the first-generation ancestor of the Great Soul sect can enter that floor. That is where he died," Esteemed Green Bull slowly said, and after he finished speaking, he silently pondered once more. Wang Lin also silently pondered. He couldn't guess the purpose of Esteemed Green Bull's words. After a long time, about 15 minutes, esteemed Green Bull looked into the distance and spoke once more. Your contribution isn't enough to obtain the complete ninth floor's multi-layered illusion spell. Wang Lin waved his right hand and a jade appeared in his hand. He handed it to esteemed Green Bull. Is it enough with this? Esteemed Green Bull frowned and looked at Wang Lin. He took the jade and his divine sense entered it. His expression immediately changed as he looked at Wang Lin once more. Then he focused on the jade. It wasn't until he finished looking at the situation of Wang Lin's celestial slaying pill that esteemed Green Bull took a deep breath. His gaze toward Wang Lin immediately became strange. With his cultivation level, he was naturally able to determine that everything in the jade was true. Combined with the changes he had divined and the reports from the spies he had arranged, he clearly connected everything that had happened in the pill sea in his mind. In particular, although Wang Lin's injuries had recovered 80% to 80%, there was still a trace of them that couldn't be healed in a short period of time. All of this showed the truth of the jade. Good, good, good. Esteemed Green Bull held the jade and laughed. He waved his left hand and a powerful surge of origin energy entered Wang Lin's body. Popping sounds echoed and Wang Lin's injuries instantly healed. You've done a great service this time. My great soul sect must reward those who contribute. I can give you the complete multi-layered illusion spell in the ninth floor. But you have to promise me something. Esteemed Green Bull's eyes shined as he looked at Wang Lin. The more he looked, the more he appreciated Wang Lin. The first-generation ancestor was indeed worthy of being the founding ancestor of the great soul sect. The person he chose had such courage and courage. What conditions? Wang Lin didn't show the slightest bit of complacency because of esteemed Green Bull's words. He looked at him calmly and said slowly, after killing 10 early-stage void tribulent cultivators and 3 mid-stage void tribulent cultivators, I entered the 9th and 10th floors of the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Do these 3 things and you can leave the Great Soul Sect. After he spoke, Wang Lin was startled and silently pondered. On the way back, he indeed had the intention to leave. He was going to help the Great Soul Sect do some things and then choose to avoid this war. After all, his goal was the Dong Lin sect and the distant ancient Tao, so he couldn't stay in the Heavenly Bull continent for too long. Adding on this war, he had some speculations in his heart, so he didn't want to get too involved. Esteemed Green Bull had obviously seen through this, but he didn't force Wang Lin to stay. Instead, he stated the 3 conditions, which made Wang Lin think of the 3 gifts. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin looked up at esteemed Green Bull and nodded. No matter what the Great Soul Sect was after, they had helped him first. With Wang Lin's personality, he would repay them. Although it would be difficult to repay him with these 3 conditions, he believed that it was still possible for him to accomplish them. Seeing Wang Lin nod, esteemed Green Bull smiled and no longer spoke. He waved his sleeve and an ancient jade flew out toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught it. Inside was the Great Soul Sect's most powerful spell, the complete mantra for the 1st to 9th layers of the multi-layered illusion spell. To cultivate this spell, you need to refine the ghostly sail. Now that the war is about to begin, I'll give you all the materials. However, you will have to choose the souls needed to refine the ghostly sail. If there isn't a suitable one, you can go to the Ghost Peak to find one. As esteemed Green Bull spoke, he reached at the void and a ball of light appeared in his hand. There were a lot of refining materials inside, and he handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin waved his sleeve and put the ball of light inside. He got up and clasped his hands at esteemed Green Bull before leaving. You don't have much time. In 7 days, I'll send you and a few elders to guard one of the 7 meridians of the Heavenly Bull. Esteemed Green Bull's words echoed in Wang Lin's ears. He didn't look back as he left the green heavenly peak. Wang Lin flew back to his own mountain. When Wang Lin left, the fire inside the mountain seemed to have extinguished, but it was still red. However, when Wang Lin landed on the mountain burned with a sea of fire once more and a thunderous rumble echoed. Fan Shanmeng immediately opened her eyes. There was a hint of panic in her eyes as she bit her lower lip. She waited for a while but didn't see Wang Lin summon her, and she felt a little uneasy. At this moment, Wang Lin had no time to pay attention to Fan Shanmeng. He arrived at his cave and sat down. A ball of light flew out from his sleeve, and with a point of his finger, the materials needed to refine the ghostly sail appeared inside the cave. These materials looked different, but each one was extremely precious. After all, they had been gifted by esteemed Green Bull, so they were of excellent quality. Looking at these materials, the ancient jade containing the multi-layered illusion spell appeared in Wang Lin's right hand. His divine sense entered it and he memorized all the contents of the spell, including the method to refine the ghostly sail. According to the records in the jade, the ghostly sail was called ghostly sail. It was divided into 5 grades: beginner, intermediate, high, extreme, and extreme. Each grade corresponded to 2 layers of illusion spells. In the Great Soul Sect, most disciples only had beginner-grade ghostly sails. Only elders or core disciples who were highly valued were gifted mid-grade ghostly sails by their masters. Fan Shanming's ghostly sail was a mid-grade ghostly sail, and it was gifted to her by Yen Lu. Generally speaking, a mid-grade ghostly sail was extremely powerful. If used well, it could ignore one's cultivation level. This could be proven by Fan Shanming's hands. If one had a high-grade or even extreme-grade ghostly sail with the multi-layered illusion spell, the power would be terrifying. As for extreme-grade, it was too difficult to refine. There was only one extreme-grade ghostly sail in the entire Great Soul Sect. This ghostly sail was the sect protection formation of the Great Soul Sect. From what Wang Lin could see, this formation wasn't at its peak. Only a portion of its power had been activated. These things were recorded in the jade, and it also contained Wang Lin's own judgment. Only then did they clearly appear in his mind. The ghostly sail requires a soul to complete the refinement, but this soul doesn't only need a cultivator, and it doesn't matter if one's cultivation level is higher. It must be a dead soul. Wang Lin frowned. This was the first time he had heard of the term dead soul. According to the introduction in the Jade Slip, a dead soul was an existence that could not be seen or even be sensed by others at the moment of death due to all kinds of obsessions, unwillingness, or resentment of humans or beasts. If there was more, it would become a useless soul. If there was less, it wouldn't be able to condense, so it was very difficult to obtain. Since ancient times, countless people in the Great Soul Sect had studied these dead souls. They slowly found a method to refine them before a person or beast died. However, the dead soul refined with this method lacked the tempering of time, so no matter what cultivation level it came from, it could only be used to make beginner-grade ghostly sails. At most, it would be a mid-grade ghostly sail. This was because these dead souls could only withstand 3 or 4 layers of illusions at most. If there were too many, they wouldn't be able to withstand it and would collapse. This dead soul can be considered a kind of will. Only with a strong will that has been tempered over time can it withstand more than 4 layers of illusions. The principle of the multi-layered illusion clearly requires this will. This will is used as nourishment to create layers of illusions to make the target lose themselves. The stronger the will, the stronger the illusion. Wang Lin pondered and slowly understood the structure of the multi-layered illusion. His eyes were filled with admiration. This spell had its own ingenuity and mystery. If one didn't see the complete spell, it would be very difficult to figure it out. The person who created this spell must be someone with amazing talent. Wang Lin looked at the jade in his hand and let out a sigh. In truth, this spell was very easy to understand. Wang Lin remembered that when he was young, before he came into contact with cultivation, he would occasionally hear stories from the adults in the village about some house being haunted. Often, at this time, The family would go to the county to invite some people to dispel the ghosts and bring peace of mind. In Wang Lin's house, he remembered something similar had happened when he was young. He had forgotten about it, but now that the principle of the multi-layered illusion triggered his memory, he remembered. The theory of haunting is mostly of the psychedelic type. It makes people see some strange scenes and immerse themselves in it, unable to extricate themselves. Thus, there is the theory of haunting. Haunting represents restlessness, movement, and chaos. But at the same time, it is also a manifestation of psychological uneasiness and irritation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the jade in his hand. It wasn't until he became a cultivator that he thought about it. The so-called haunting was just a kind of resentment that existed in the world. At a certain moment, it affected the minds of some people, causing their inner uneasiness and turmoil. Naturally, ghosts appeared and a series of illusions appeared. This was the deepest core of the multi-layered illusion. It was also the origin of the illusion. The so-called multi-layered illusion is actually so simple. How is this an illusion? This is a method of using ghosts to create people. It sounds simple, but in fact, to be able to think of this method, to turn this phenomenon into a magical spell or even a Tao technique, I have to respect the person who created it. Wang Lin's eyes showed enlightenment. Chapter 1854. Green Heavenly Peak. After Wang Lin left, a steamed green bull sat at the top of the mountain and looked at the world in the distance. After a long time, he muttered something that only he could hear. The Celestial Emperor has only come out of closed-door cultivation for a few years, and the Green Devil continent can't hold back anymore. The first-generation ancestors' divination was very accurate. Only some minor discrepancies. The old ancestors' method was too gentle and not suitable for the current situation. The Green Devil continent's goal is the goal of my Great Soul sect, and also the goal of the Gui sect. A steamed green bull suddenly said with a smile. Lu Wenran. After he spoke, a ripple appeared in the void behind him, and a middle-aged man appeared. He wore a green Taoist robe and looked ordinary, but he gave off the aura of a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator. He stepped out and stood behind a steamed green bull. He clasped his hands and looked very respectful. Disciple Lu Wenran greets teacher. A steamed green bull didn't turn around. He looked at the sky in the distance and slowly said, "Did you see him in the Pill Sea?" Disciple battled the Green Devil continent's Green Devil messenger in the Pill Sea with the Gui sects Ouyang Hui and Uncle Master Meng Zihai. According to teacher's instructions, Uncle Master Meng took the two of us and pretended that we were no match. We escaped using the cloud boat left by the first-generation ancestor, so we never saw him. In 7 days, go with him to the third meridian. A steamed green bull closed his eyes. Disciple obeys. The middle-aged man's expression remained the same, but his eyes lit up an undetectable amount. He nodded and retreated. He turned into a ripple and disappeared into the void. Of the 7 days, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, Wang Lin stayed inside the mountain and didn't go out. He was immersed in the multi-layered illusion spell and refined all the materials. At this moment, Wang Lin refined a large, black sail flag according to the method recorded in the jade. This canvas was made up of countless materials that had been melted and woven together inch by inch. It looked like cloth, but in reality it was just an imitation. It was just that this object had yet to fully display its might. It only had a torso, but it had yet to integrate a dead soul into it. Only after adding a dead soul into it could it be used to cast a multi-layered illusion technique. Wang Lin's eyes glittered as he reached out and grabbed the sail. His body flickered as he left the Immortal's cave for the first time in 5 days. He remembered that old ancestor Green Bull had said that he only had 7 days. He still had 2 days left. He was going to the ghost peak of the Great Soul sect to find a ghost to fuse with the sail. Wang Lin's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was outside the burning mountain. He looked to the north of the Great Soul Sect. According to the map he had of the Great Soul Sect, Ghost Peak was there. Without hesitation, Wang Lin turned into a shadow and charged toward Ghost Peak. To the north of the Great Soul Sect, near the edge, there was a forbidden land. This place was surrounded by endless fog, and very few disciples came here. Only when they needed dead souls would they come here under the lead of their respective teachers. Only those core disciples with high cultivation bases would come alone. Inside the Ghost Peak was a large amount of dead souls collected by the Great Soul Sect. The quality of these dead souls wasn't high, but they were easy to obtain. After all, the Great Soul Sect was famous for their illusions. Without this Ghost Peak, many disciples wouldn't have been able to complete their ghost sales. Over the countless years, although they were constantly replenished, there weren't many dead souls on the Ghost Peak. After all, a sect like the Great Soul Sect had a great need for dead souls. Many of these dead souls had been collected by the Great Soul Sect a long time ago and were sent here as missions for the sect. However, even though they had been here for a long time, there were simply too few that could cultivate on their own and be tempered by time. Most of them were directly sealed after being sent here, waiting for a disciple to come and take them away. On the evening of the 5th day, the sky was hazy and looked very depressing. Wang Lin appeared outside the Ghost Peak and looked at the mountain shrouded in fog. It was gloomy and cold, as if he was in the underworld river. However, Wang Lin didn't feel any discomfort. Whether it was his cultivation or the fact that he had turned his domain into the underworld river, all of this made it easy for him to walk here. The cycle of life and death and the evolution of the underworld river were not unfamiliar to Wang Lin. He didn't stop at all as he walked toward the Ghost Peak and slowly entered it. The moment he closed in, ripples of restrictions spread out from the Ghost Peak and surrounded Wang Lin. It seemed to be confirming if Wang Lin was qualified to enter. Soon, the restriction dissipated and Wang Lin calmly stepped into the Ghost Peak. The Ghost Peak was a bare mountain. It was very tall and seemed to pierce through the sky. There was no vegetation on it, only graves. These graves were densely packed, and there seemed to be no less than 1,000 of them. They covered the entire mountain. A gloomy aura shrouded the area. If one closed their eyes, they would feel endless roars echoing. Although this place was completely silent, this feeling was extremely strong. Wang Lin walked past each burial mound. He could feel that each burial mound contained more or less dead souls. Most of these dead souls were in a sealed state, and sometimes the seals would loosen and float out. Along the way, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and he walked toward the top of the mountain. The higher he went, the fewer dead souls there were. When Wang Lin was about to reach the top of the mountain, he saw a different grave. This grave was the only one with a tombstone. The words on the tombstone were blurry and gave off an ancient and decaying aura. It was unknown how many years it had existed. Under the tombstone, there was a long-haired woman in white. She was kneeling there and crying. The sound of her crying entered Wang Lin's ears. It was very clear, and it made his heart ache. Aside from the crying, it was very quiet. There seemed to be a cold wind blowing, lifting up some of the hair of the woman in white who had her back facing Wang Lin. Looking at the woman in white, Wang Lin stopped. He didn't continue to climb the mountain, but looked at her calmly. The crying slowly stopped. The woman seemed to notice that someone was behind her, but she didn't turn around. "This is my tombstone." After a long time, a faint voice came from the woman in white. The voice was very faint, as if it came from far away. If one didn't listen carefully, it would be difficult to hear it clearly. "I can see it." Wang Lin kept silent for a while and then said slowly. The moment Wang Lin said that, the woman in white suddenly shivered. She seemed to want to turn around, but after a pause, she didn't. "You can see me? You can hear my crying?" After a long time, the woman said faintly. "I can." Wang Lin said calmly. In fact, if he wanted to, he could see all the dead souls here. It was closely related to his life and death origin. Life and death, the difference between the left and the right. They were the same, but different. You are not the one I am waiting for. I am not your soul. The woman touched the words on the tombstone and said softly. Wang Lin lifted his head and looked at the top of the mountain. There were 7 or 8 mounds there, emitting bursts of black smoke. There were several dead souls. 2 or 3 of them were very thick, and they could be made into middle-grade ghost sails. They were the best dead souls in the Ghost Peak. I can't find my body, I can only find this tombstone, the woman in white said, and then began to cry again. Wang Lin silently pondered for a bit before he raised his foot and walked toward the top of the mountain where the high-quality dead souls were. However, just as he took a few steps, the woman in white's cry became a bit mournful. Where is my body? Where is my home? Where is my family? The woman's voice came to Wang Lin. Wang Lin stopped. What is your name? I forgot. As the woman cried, she shook her head. From now on, I will call you Brilliant Void. As Wang Lin spoke, he suddenly turned around and waved his right hand. With this wave, the woman's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only the mound with the tombstone. Not long after, Wang Lin left. He didn't choose the higher-quality dead souls, but the woman in white, even though her soul could only be used to make an elementary ghost sail. However, when the woman asked where was her home and where was her family, Wang Lin's heart trembled. It didn't take long for the dead soul to fuse with the sail. One day was enough. After fusing with the ghost soul of the woman in white, the color of Wang Lin's ghost sail changed greatly and became white. Occasionally, the sound of weeping would come from the white sail. It would make the weeping of a white-haired woman appear in one's mind. On the evening of the 7th day, a jade came like a rainbow. It passed through layers of restrictions and floated in front of Wang Lin, who was sitting cross-legged in the cave. Wang Lin, listen to my order. Go to the 3rd meridian of the Heavenly Bull and guard it. Old Ancestor Green Bull's voice came from the jade and echoed across the cave. The jade floated motionlessly before Wang Lin. Wang Lin opened his eyes, which were calm. He picked up the jade and scanned it with his divine sense. Information entered his mind. The ancestors of the Great Soul Sect had spent countless years to open up a total of 7 spots on the Heavenly Bull continent. These 7 spots were based on the 7 meridians of the Heavenly Bull that formed the Heavenly Bull continent. These 7 Heavenly Bull meridians could borrow the power of the Heavenly Bull to form powerful restrictions. They could also bring many mysteries to the cultivation land of the Heavenly Bull continent. The first-generation ancestor of the Great Soul Sect had calculated the arrival of Wang Lin and the large-scale invasion of the Green Devil continent. How could they not be prepared? Chapter 1855. Whether it was the Heavenly Bull's 7 meridians or the disciple residing in the Pill Sea, they were all spies of the Great Soul Sect. If the Great Soul Sect wanted to, refining the Pill Sea would not be as simple as it was now. No matter how powerful the Green Devil continent was, they couldn't compare to the first-generation ancestor of the Great Soul Sect from countless years ago. This was because the first-generation ancestor was the descendant of the current Celestial Clan's imperial teacher, the inheritor of the Tao from countless years ago. Old Ancestor Green Bull's jade wasn't just given to Wang Lin, but to a total of 4 elders of the Great Soul Sect. After putting away the jade, Wang Lin stood up, waved his sleeves, and calmly walked out of the mountain. The moment he walked out of the mountain, the sea of fire gathered behind him and formed his fire essence true body. It slowly fused with his body until it was impossible to see through. With one step, Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and flew toward the Great Soul Sect. Behind him was a ray of light that followed Wang Lin toward the sect's gate. Both of them were extremely fast. It didn't take long for the ray of light behind Wang Lin to pass by Wang Lin and arrive outside the sect. It turned into a middle-aged man in green. This man's appearance was ordinary. He turned around and looked at Wang Lin. The middle-aged man looked profoundly at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Elder Wang, I'm Lu Wenran." Wang Lin landed and calmly looked at the middle-aged man. "Elder Lu, you look very unfamiliar." During Wang Lin's time at the Great Soul Sect, aside from the powerful old monsters, he had some impression of almost all the elders. However, this was the first time he had met this middle-aged man. I was sent out by the old ancestor for many years and have just returned. Elder Wang will naturally find me unfamiliar." The middle-aged man smiled. As they spoke, 2 rays of light flew out from the gate and turned into a man and woman. The woman was Yen Lu, and the man was a young man in a Taoist robe. Yen Lu greets Elder Lu. "I didn't expect Elder Lu to come along this time." Yen Lu knew Lu Wenran and greeted him with a smile. "It is my honor to have Elder Yen Lu and Elder Su Dongda together." The middle-aged man named Lu Wenran laughed. "Greetings, Elder Lu." The young man in Taoist robes had a calm expression as he cupped his fists towards Lu Wenran, and then he didn't speak further, as if he was a man of few words. Wang Lin looked at the 3 of them. The weakest among them was at the early stage of void tribulent. As for the middle-aged man named Lu Wenran, he was at the mid-stage of void tribulent. He was the same cultivation level as the 7-colored celestial sovereign, but he felt very inferior. With the 3 of them here, this force was extremely powerful. Compared to them, Wang Lin's peak spirit void cultivation was simply incomparable. While Wang Lin was observing the 3 of them, the other 2 were also observing Wang Lin. During this period of time, Wang Lin had gained a certain amount of fame in the Great Soul Sect. Su Dongda's gaze swept past Wang Lin and he thought, someone who can enter the 7th and 8th floors of the Soul Scripture Pavilion can't be underestimated. This person was able to safely leave the Pill Sea and cause the Pill Sea to explode ahead of time. This kind of person can't be judged on the surface. Also, for this person to return so quickly from the Pill Sea is simply too shocking. Lu Wenran's gaze swept past Wang Lin. He had also returned from the Pill Sea, but he was using the boat left behind by the first-generation ancestor. The boat was the first-generation ancestor's treasure and was extremely mysterious. Its speed was unimaginable. "Okay, now that everyone is here, our mission is to head to the 3rd meridian and guard it against the Green Devil Continent's invasion. This trip is unpredictable. It is best to be careful." Lu Wenran took a deep breath and clasped his hands at Wang Lin's group of 3. Wang Lin silently pondered. Yen Lu and Su Dongda didn't speak and only nodded. The 4 of them flew off into the distance and left the Great Soul Sect. Many teams like them had flown out of the Great Soul Sect over the past few days. They had all received orders from the old ancestor to guard various locations. The 4 of them were all extremely fast, especially Lu Wenran. He was at the mid-stage of void tribulent, so he moved as if he was accompanied by thunder. As for Yen Lu and the cultivator named Su Dongda, their cultivation levels weren't bad and they weren't slow. Only Wang Lin couldn't keep up with the 3 of them for long. His eyes lit up and he summoned the mosquito beast. He sat on the back of the mosquito beast and flew forward. The moment the mosquito beast appeared, it caught the attention of the 3 of them. They could all see that the mosquito beast was extraordinary. "Elder Wang, this beast's speed is comparable to a void tribulent cultivator. I wonder where you obtained it?" Lu Wenran asked with a smile. After he spoke, Yen Lu and Su Dongda also paid attention. "I obtained it in my hometown." Wang Lin's words were simple and calm. "I wonder where Elder Wang's hometown is?" Lu Wenran revealed a look of interest. "Elder Lu." Wang Lin frowned and looked at Lu Wenran. Lu Wenran felt like he had said something wrong. He smiled and no longer asked, but he let out a cold snort in his heart. The 4 of them silently flew at full speed. After flying for 7 days, Lu Wenran waved his sleeve and a jade appeared in his hand. After carefully looking at it, he pointed down. "This is the place." This is a transfer array created by the first ancestor of the Great Soul Sect. It can teleport people very close to the third meridian and is not used casually. This time, I received the order from the ancestor to use this formation to travel. As Lu Wenran spoke, he charged down. Below them was a valley filled with mountains. Lu Wenran stepped into the valley, according to the Jade, and Wang Lin's group of 3 followed. A moment later, waves of majestic pressure spread out from the valley, and a monstrous rumble echoed. A blinding light suddenly appeared, and it lasted for about an hour before slowly dissipating. There was no one inside the valley. At the edge of the extreme sky prairie, which was several months away, the world distorted and clouds shined. Wang Lin's group of 4 appeared one by one. When the light disappeared, Wang Lin looked toward the direction of the Great Soul Sect and revealed a serious expression. The principle behind a transfer array of this scale is extremely profound. Wang Lin was not surprised that the immortal astral continent had a transfer array. After all, the immortal astral continent was simply too big. Without a transfer array like this, it would take a long time to travel. I just don't know if there are any transfer arrays between continents. However, even if there are, it would be extremely difficult to activate. The jade in Lu Wenran's hand shattered into dust. Although Wang Lin didn't know what kind of power the jade contained to support such a long-distance transfer array, he knew that there weren't many jades like this in the Great Soul Sect. This was also the reason why they would only use the teleportation formation at the crucial moment. Even a sect would not be able to endure the exhaustion of using it. In truth, Wang Lin's guess was quite correct. It wasn't that the Great Soul Sect didn't have transfer arrays, but every time they were used, it would consume an unimaginable amount of resources. The Great Soul Sect's foundation wasn't deep, but they couldn't afford to use it more than 100 times every 10,000 years. When the 4 of them appeared, it was still dusk. The golden sun shined on the grass, giving the extreme sky prairie a strange sense of beauty. Lu Wenran slowly said, "This is where the third meridian of the Heavenly Bull is. My Great Soul Sect has set up an underground palace here. There should be a lot of cultivators from nearby sects here, as well as rogue cultivators that originally existed here." Lu Wenran's body flickered as he descended toward the ground, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yen Lu and Su Dongda followed and disappeared. Wang Lin pondered a bit before he also merged with the earth and disappeared. The 4 of them sped deep underground and soon saw a huge cave mansion that had been hollowed out at an unknown depth. Rather than calling it a cave mansion, it would be better to call it a huge palace complex. There were layers of restrictions around this group of palaces. If it wasn't for the fact that the 4 of them were elders of the Great Soul Sect and had tokens to enter, it would have been very difficult for them to enter. This group of palaces occupied a large area, and there were nearly 10,000 cultivators here. Most of them came from nearby sects and rogue cultivators. After receiving the Soul First Order from the Great Soul Sect, they immediately brought their people here. The moment Wang Lin's group of 4 closed in, hearty laughter came from the group of palaces. Several rays of light flew over and turned into 3 old men. The 3 old men clasped their hands. "Brother Lu, after 1,000 years, you've finally arrived. Brother Zhou, after receiving the old ancestor's order, I moved as fast as I could. Fortunately, no Green Devil Continent cultivators have appeared here." Lu Wenran knew the old man, so he smiled and chatted with him. The other 2 old men also clasped their hands at Yen Lu and Su Dongda. They seemed to have met before, and they were very polite. Only Wang Lin's cultivation level wasn't high enough for the 3 old men to pay attention to. He only nodded and didn't look at Wang Lin anymore. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The 3 old men's cultivation levels were not bad. 2 of them were at the mid-stage of Arcane Void, and the old man named Zhou who was talking to Lu Wenran had a slightly higher cultivation level. He was at the 6th or 7th Arcane Tribulant, similar to Du Qing. Yen Lu and Elder Su, you have all met. This is Elder Wang who just joined my Great Soul sect. We are heading to the Devil Continent together." Lu Wenran pointed at Wang Lin and introduced him to the three of them. At this moment, there was still a large amount of people from nearby sections. They all looked at Lu Wenran and company with respectful gazes. After hearing Lu Wenran's introduction, the three old men were very surprised and looked at Wang Lin. The three of them originally thought that Wang Lin was just a disciple, but they didn't expect him to be an elder. At this moment, they smiled and clasped their hands. It looked very polite, but after they clasped their hands, the three old men ignored Wang Lin and continued to talk with Yen Lu and company. Chapter 1856. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. Wang Lin's cultivation level didn't look very high, so it was reasonable for the three of them to not care about him. As for the other cultivators from the other sects, when they saw this, they all made their own judgments. Wang Lin didn't mind this. He looked around and left without a word. He chose an empty cave and sat down to cultivate. Lu Wenran sneered in his heart and his gaze swept past Wang Lin's back. For the Great Soul sect, I left the sect and changed my appearance to become a rogue cultivator in the Pill Sea to attract the attention of the Green Devil Continent. I stayed there for more than 1,000 years. All of this was so the Green Devil Continent wouldn't suspect me and wouldn't change the old ancestors' plan to invade the Heavenly Bull Continent. I did all this, but the old ancestor didn't give me the complete multi-layered illusion spell. What right does this person have? As Lu Wenran sneered in his heart, his gaze swept past Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and met Lu Wenran's gaze. Lu Wenran's expression didn't change. He revealed a gentle smile and nodded at Wang Lin. Wang Lin gave Lu Wenran a profound look before choosing a cave and disappearing. Among Lu Wenran's group of three, Yen Lu was the one who understood Wang Lin the most. She couldn't forget how terrifying Wang Lin was. Along the way, she noticed that there seemed to be some hidden conflict between Elder Lu and Wang Lin. However, she didn't say anything and didn't remind Lu Wenran. She pretended not to know. After everyone chatted for a while, the three old men invited Lu Wenran's group of three to sit with them. They didn't mention Wang Lin at all. It was obvious that in their eyes, Wang Lin wasn't qualified and couldn't compare to Lu Wenran's group of three. The group of six walked toward the hall in the distance while talking and laughing. Lu Wenran was the same. He seemed to have forgotten about Wang Lin's existence. After the six of them left, the surrounding cultivators scattered. The entire extreme sky prairie was surrounded by restrictions. When the people of the Great Soul sect arrived, the restrictions around the extreme sky prairie were completely activated. As soon as the restriction was activated, the entire prairie rumbled. A majestic wall of energy thousands of kilometers wide appeared above the extreme sky prairie. It connected the sky and the earth, and it spread out even further. At the same time, on the Heavenly Bull Continent, the other 6 Heavenly Bull Meridians arrived. They were either from the Great Soul Sect or the Guei Sect. Their arrival caused the other 6 Heavenly Bull Meridians to open. As a result, the moment the 7 meridians of the Heavenly Bull opened, the other 6 meridians also formed a powerful aura wall like the one on the extreme sky prairie. There was a total of 7 gas walls. The moment they appeared, they collided and connected together to form a giant barrier between the Heavenly Bull Continent and the Pill Sea. This barrier was formed by over 100,000 cultivators, and it was over 5,000 kilometers thick. It was not something an ordinary cultivator could easily pass through. Even someone at Ancestor Azure Bull's cultivation level would find it difficult to break through. It could even be said that it was almost impossible. This was because the formation of this aura wall, aside from the restriction, there was also the power of the Heavenly Bull Soul. These 7 Heavenly Bull Meridians were completely activated for the first time since they were opened, and they played a vital role. Aside from these Heavenly Bull Meridians, there were 72 other meridians guarded by people from the Great Soul Sect, the Guei Sect, and other small sections. These 72 meridians stimulated the earth and gathered celestial spiritual energy into the heavenly bull meridians to consolidate the connected gate. These were only used for defense. The Great Soul Sect had prepared for so many years, so how could they only defend? There was also a group of cultivators to kill. In the underground palace complex of the Extreme Sky Prairie, there were countless caves in the surroundings. These were the residences of the sections. As time passed, a sense of oppression slowly spread in everyone's hearts. Everyone knew that the war was about to begin. If the Green Devil continent wanted to open the barrier formed by the 7 meridians, they would have to destroy all 7 meridians. As a result, a large amount of cultivators would be sent to besiege them one by one. The Extreme Sky Prairie was still calm right now, but it wouldn't take long for the Green Devil continent cultivators to occupy it. Yen Lu also chose to go into closed-door cultivation to maintain her cultivation level at its peak. Su Dongda and Lu Wenran also did the same. However, they chose to go into closed-door cultivation in palaces instead of caves. After all, their statuses were very high, and they were considered the final guardians of the 7 meridians. In truth, among the tens of thousands of cultivators, there were 4 people at the early stage of Void Tribulant. Although they came from small sects or rogue cultivators, their statuses were also very high. They were invited into the palaces to decide the outcome of the battle. Time passed. Wang Lin calmly sat inside his small cave. There were many caves around him, and inside one of them was an old man. He didn't know the recovered Wang Lin, but Wang Lin knew him. This old man was the old man that Wang Lin had talked to in the Extreme Sky Prairie. He obviously hadn't reached the Void Tribulant stage, so he couldn't enter the palaces and could only stay in the outer caves. In truth, with Wang Lin's status, it wasn't impossible for him to choose a palace, but Wang Lin wasn't interested. Instead of occupying a palace and being secretly guided by others, it was better to be quiet here. As he sat there, he slowly began to cultivate. His divine sense spread out and filled the area. He used this time to further refine the Blue Umbrella and Soul Origin spell. He also took out the Restriction Compass and scattered it around the Extreme Sky Prairie. This thing was very mysterious, and even Lu Wenran, who had the highest cultivation level here, didn't notice it at all. Time flashed by and an unknown amount of time passed. Aside from the sound of breathing, there was no other sound in the palaces and the surrounding caves. It was completely silent. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the compass before him trembled. On the map of the Extreme Sky Prairie, a green line appeared at the edge of the Extreme Sky Prairie. This green line was formed by countless green dots, and there were more and more of them. It's here. Staring at the compass, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He was going to complete the 3 conditions he had promised the Great Soul Sect. Then he was going to leave the Heavenly Bull continent and head to the Eastern continent, to the ancient Tao. When Wang Lin noticed the arrival of the Green Devil continent cultivators, Lu Wenran suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a flash of coldness. Fellow cultivators, the cultivators of the Green Devil continent have arrived. His voice echoed across the underground palace. The sound of breathing suddenly stopped, and all of the cultivators in the area opened their eyes in their respective immortals' caves. The Void Tribulant cultivators in the palaces, including Yen Lu and Su Dongda, also noticed something. While pondering, killing intent filled their hearts. Howls echoed across the Extreme Sky Prairie as tens of thousands of Green Devil continent cultivators arrived. They covered the sky and turned the originally sunny noon into a gloomy place. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators, there were 6 who were the fastest, their long rainbows piercing through the sky. Among the 6, there were 4 men and 2 women. Their clothes were luxurious and their cultivation levels were among the best of the Green Devil continent. In particular, 2 old men gave off mid-stage Void Tribulant cultivation. They were the strongest among the 10,000 cultivators. The remaining 4 were all at the early stage of Void Tribulant. The 6 of them moved quickly, and the tens of thousands of people behind them shrouded the extreme sky prairie. Murderous intent surged and covered the heavens and the earth. It was like a dark cloud that swept across and suffused in all directions. Brother Zhang, let's join forces and see how powerful the Heavenly Bull 7 Meridian formation is. The mid-stage void turbulent old man smiled and looked at his companion. Brother Zhao's words are very good. This formation is said to be able to condense the soul of the Heavenly Bull. Let's see what the Heavenly Bull looks like. The old man named Zhang smiled and nodded. At their cultivation levels, they had seen through a lot and would not die easily. In their eyes, this invasion was just a game. In terms of mentality, the 2 of them were a lot higher than Lu Wenran. However, there was still a big gap between them and the tea-colored celestial sovereign. Although their cultivation levels were similar, their courage and calmness were not as good. As the 2 of them spoke, they raised their right hands at the same time, formed a seal, and pointed at the extreme sky prairie before them. The world rumbled and layers of clouds appeared out of nowhere. They turned into a giant that was 100,000 feet tall, and it charged forward with large strides. There was also a ghostly light in the sky that seemed to tear the sky apart. 3 black flying swords shot out from within. The moment the 3 swords appeared, a monstrous killing intent surged into the sky. The grass on the ground instantly withered, as if all the life in the area had been sucked out of it. The 3 swords whistled through the air, and together with the giant, they charged forward. However, just as the 3 swords and the giant closed in, endless fog suddenly spread out from the extreme sky prairie. This fog was pitch black, and in the blink of an eye, it covered most of the extreme sky prairie. As it churned, it continued to spread out. The muffled roar of a bull came from the fog. Shortly after, the fog condensed into the shape of the Heavenly Bull and let out a heaven-shaking roar at the giant and the 3 flying swords. As the roar echoed, the Heavenly Bull formed by the fog suddenly exploded. The powerful fog surged toward the Green Devil Continent cultivators. At the same time, deep in the underground palace, Lu Wenran's expression was serious, and he let out a roar. All void turbulent fellow cultivators, follow me to slaughter our way out. Inside this fog formation, we have unlimited energy and can extract origin energy at will. As the roar echoed, 7 rays of light flew out from the palace with Lu Wenran in the lead. They charged out of the ground and disappeared into the fog. The fog churned on the ground and completely shrouded the Green Devil Continent cultivators. The nearly 10,000 cultivators flew out from the underground palace. A great battle began. Wang Lin was also among this group of cultivators. His expression was calm as he flew into the extreme sky prairie's fog. This fog could block divine sense and origin energy for the Green Devil Continent, but for the Heavenly Bull Continent cultivators, it was like great nourishment. Chapter 1857. Wang Lin, who had merged with the army, didn't attract much attention. Only Yen Lu looked back at the army behind her, as if she wanted to find Wang Lin. However, there were too many cultivators and the fog was everywhere, so she couldn't find him. The Green Devil Continent cultivators closed in through the fog. The 2 mid-stage void turbulent old men were extremely powerful. As they moved forward, the fog was pushed back as if they didn't dare to get close. Even on the immortal astral continent, a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator was enough to become an overlord and support a medium-level sect. Even in the 9 sects and 13 factions, they were leaders among the elders and were very rare. Cultivators that could reach the mid-stage of void turbulent were extremely difficult to kill. They had too many life-saving methods and spells. The 2 mid-stage void turbulent old men from the Green Devil Continent were named Zhang and Zhao. They belonged to 2 different devil sects of the Green Devil Continent. When they attacked, the world rumbled. Lu Wenran charged forward and battled the old man named Zhang. Rumbling sounds filled the air, spreading out in all directions. Ripples spread out in all directions, turning into gale-force winds that swept out in all directions. The cultivators on both sides of the battlefield were forced to retreat, unable to get close. The other mid-stage void turbulent old man named Zhao was about to fight Lu Wenran and seriously injure him. In his view, as long as Lu Wenran retreated, the rest of the cultivators here wouldn't be a problem. However, just as the old man named Zhao moved forward, Yen Lu, Su Dongda, and another early-stage void turbulent cultivator closed in to stop the old man named Zhao. The three of them were fighting together. If it was any other place, even if the three of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to fight a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator. The gap of one level in the void turbulent realm was huge, like the gap between heaven and earth. Even when Wang Lin had 7 essences, he could battle an early-stage void turbulent cultivator. Now that he had 8 essences, he could only battle an early-stage void turbulent cultivator. He couldn't shake a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator with spells. However, inside the Heavenly Bull Meridian formation there were some changes. Yen Lu's group of 3 had the power to fight the old man named Zhao. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least pin him down. With 4 people holding back 2, the mid-stage void turbulent cultivators couldn't play a terrifying role in this battle. Among the remaining Green Devil Continent cultivators, there were still 4 early-stage void turbulent cultivators. 2 of them were men and 2 of them were women. They wore luxurious clothes and had extraordinary statuses. However, the 4 of them encountered the same problem. There were 3 early-stage void turbulent cultivators from nearby sects that were equivalent to ancestors. The 3 of them had almost unlimited spells and battled with the 4 Green Devil Continent cultivators. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the world trembled. The void turbulent cultivators began the first battle of this battle. What followed was the slaughter of a large group of cultivators. This battle was extremely chaotic. 20,000 people were entangled together and were blocked by the fog. Roars echoed and miserable screams echoed. Wang Lin moved like a ghost inside the fog. He had his head lowered and there was a compass in his hand. The compass was covered in white and green dots of light that symbolized everything that was happening here. Howls echoed and the spells were covered by the fog, but they couldn't hide the monstrous killing intent and coldness. As he moved, Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand and pointed at the fog to his right. There was a flash of blood light and the blood sword shot out. The moment it closed in on the fog, a Green Devil Continent cultivator walked out. Before he could react, his body trembled and the blood sword pierced through his forehead. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he continued to move forward. His target wasn't the Green Devil Continent cultivators fighting, but the void turbulent cultivators in the distance. Along the way, Wang Lin moved quickly. There was a layer of black fog around him. This black fog was different from the fog from the Heavenly Bull formation. This black fog was filled with ferocity, and a scarlet tongue would occasionally lick out from within. As he got closer and closer to the 7 early-stage void turbulent cultivators, Wang Lin slowed down a bit. When he was tens of thousands of feet away from them, Wang Lin stopped and his eyes lit up. It is very difficult to kill an early-stage void turbulent cultivator. Such a cultivator is almost impossible to kill. Even with the EC puppet, it is not enough. Wang Lin knew how terrifying a cultivator who had gone through 9 arcane tribulants was. This wasn't like the man and woman he had killed in the Pill Sea. Those 3 were only at the 9th arcane tribulant stage. Although they looked infinitely close to void tribulant, the gap was too big. With their cultivation, the 2 of them could defeat White Tiger and the other 2. Moreover, in a specific environment they could force the 3 of them to flee. After all, the cultivation of White Tiger and the other 2 was similar to Duqing, around the 7th or 8th profound tribulation. In the cave world, only Old Devil Jean and the 7-colored Taoist were at the early stage of void tribulant. If they could fuse with the third soul and turn into the seven-colored celestial sovereign, their cultivation levels would reach the peak of the mid-stage of void turbulent. With Wang Lin's current cultivation level, he could kill those below the void turbulent stage, but if he wanted to kill true early-stage void turbulent cultivators, he would need some trick. Even on the immortal astral continent, it was rare for void turbulent cultivators to die. Once it happened, it would have a huge impact on the morale of a sect, not to mention the death of a mid-stage void turbulent cultivator. Even the Great Soul sect didn't want to see this kind of blow. Looking at the churning fog tens of thousands of feet away, the 7 people inside were currently fighting to the death. It was difficult to determine the victor and the loser. In fact, it was impossible to determine the victor and the loser. As long as any of the 7 people were careful, they wouldn't die. At most, they would be injured. However, Wang Lin was not in a rush. He sat there and the black fog around him fused with the fog around him, making it difficult for others to find him. In addition, the battle between the 7 early-stage void turbulent cultivators had caused the world to rumble, so it would be very dangerous to get close. Only Wang Lin could safely arrive and wait for an opportunity. He was waiting for a chance to kill an early-stage void turbulent cultivator in one go. EC can be used as a heavy blow, the blood sword can injure, the war spirit print can prevent escape. Multiple illusions can buy me an opportunity. As for the final method of killing, I still have to rely on soul origin. However, just relying on these can only injure a void turbulent cultivator and not kill them completely. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he pondered and stared into the distance. Time slowly passed. In a flash, several hours went by. Not only did the sounds of killing not decrease, they became even more intense. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. However, Wang Lin was still sitting there and waiting. Lu Ziyuan was an elder of the Devil Dao sect, and had just reached the early stage of void turbulent not long ago. He was very famous in the Devil Dao sect, and he was also a direct descendant of the Devil Dao sect's sect master. He had participated in the invasion of the Heavenly Bull continent with elders Su Wei and 2 fellow cultivators from other sections. At this moment, they were fighting against 3 early-stage void turbulent cultivators from the Heavenly Bull continent. The other party seemed to have limitless energy, and all kinds of divine abilities were constantly being used. As for the 4 of them, their divine senses were blocked in the fog, and they couldn't replenish themselves from the fog. Several hours later, they showed signs of retreating. The 7 of them fought in a chaotic battle, and thunderous rumbles echoed. Lu Ziyuan had just entered the void turbulent stage, and the celestial spiritual energy in his body was almost exhausted. A large amount of it was being absorbed by the fog. Damn fog! When will the messengers come? If this continues, it will be very difficult to win. Lu Ziyuan's expression was gloomy. His right hand formed a seal and a black lotus appeared. It collided with the black dragon formed by the void turbulent cultivator from the Heavenly Bull continent. Thunderous rumbles echoed and Lu Ziyuan quickly retreated without hesitation. He didn't need to speak. His 3 companions knew his purpose. Their bodies flashed and blocked the rest of the divine art attacks, giving Lu Ziyuan a chance to retreat and swallow the pill. The 4 of them had been fighting for several hours, so they needed to replenish their celestial spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to continue. Lu Ziyuan's expression was extremely vicious. He cultivated a yin and yang dual cultivation method. He condensed the souls of women into black lotuses, and countless cultivation furnaces had died to him. As he retreated, his body flickered and he retreated dozens of feet. His right hand reached at the void and more than 10 black balls of light appeared in his other hand. Inside each ball of light was a naked 3-inch tall woman with a mournful expression. Lu Ziyuan didn't even look at them. He opened his mouth and was about to inhale. However, just at this moment, there was a flash of coldness in the eyes of Wang Lin, who had been hiding his aura. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and now someone had finally given him this opportunity. That's him. Killing intent appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He had agreed to the Great Soul Sect's first condition, to kill 10 early-stage void turbulent cultivators. Today, he was going to complete one of them. As Wang Lin moved like lightning, a ray of blood light appeared in Wang Lin's hand, and he chopped down on Lu Xuan, who had his back toward him. The blood sword was incomparably sharp, and it whistled through the air toward Lu Xuan. Just as Lu Xuan was about to consume the more than 10 glowing spheres, his hair suddenly stood on end, and a sensation of deadly crisis filled him. Without any hesitation, he gave up on consuming the glowing spheres and waved his sleeve. Instantly, a black lotus appeared behind him, which slammed into the blood sword. Thunderous booms filled the air, and Lu Xuan turned around, his eyes filled with killing intent. I want to see who dares to sneak attack this lord. However, just as he turned around, Wang Lin attacked. Chapter 1858. A ferocious roar came from the fog around Wang Lin. A scarlet tongue came out from the fog, and EC, which had lost an arm, charged out toward Lu Xuan. All of this happened as fast as lightning. EC crossed the distance of several thousand feet in an instant. The moment Lu Xuan turned around, EC closed in on him with the fog. Lu Xuan's expression changed. He clearly felt the fluctuations of an early-stage void turbulent cultivator coming from the black fog. His eyes were filled with terror, and he naturally saw that it was a puppet. He retreated without hesitation and waved his sleeve. 7 black lotuses appeared before him. They collided with EC. Thunderous rumbles echoed and attracted the attention of the 6 people fighting tens of thousands of feet away. The expressions of Lu Xuan's 3 companions changed. They were about to check, but they were stopped by the 3 cultivators from the Heavenly Bull continent. The 3 of them didn't have time to spread out their divine senses to check, but this was clearly beneficial to them. The 7 black lotuses collapsed and EC let out a roar. Its body was covered in injuries, but its tongue seemed to penetrate the 7 black lotuses. It was like a sharp sword that suddenly landed on Lu Xuan's chest. Blood sprayed out and Lu Xuan felt pain in his chest. He didn't have time to check. He didn't have much celestial spiritual energy left, and with the strange absorption from the fog, he had used 7 lotuses in a row. He was almost exhausted, so he quickly retreated. He waved his right hand and a ball of light appeared. He was about to devour EC. Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand and a white sail appeared in his hand. He waved it and sobs echoed. The sobs clearly entered Lu Xuan's mind. The vague figure of a woman in white appeared in his mind. This figure had her back toward him and was crying. The moment this figure appeared, Lu Xuan's right hand that was about to devour the ball of light paused for a moment. The moment he paused, Wang Lin closed in and raised his right hand. His 5 fingers formed a palm and slammed down at the sky. The fog in the sky rumbled and a giant palm print appeared above Lu Xuan and descended on him. At the same time, there was a flash of fire behind Lu Xuan. A flaming palm print shot out toward this person. All of this happened extremely fast. Wang Lin had deduced it several times in his mind. Shortly after, as the palm imprint closed in on Lu Xuan and the white-robed woman's cries became even louder, the EC sword that had been blasted away roared once more and charged forward like mad. The blood sword that had been blasted away flashed with a monstrous blood-red light and turned into a gigantic sword light that slashed down on Lu Xuan. All kinds of spells closed in. Taking advantage of the fact that Lu Xuan's celestial spiritual energy was exhausted and couldn't be replenished, they all closed in. However, early-stage void turbulent cultivators were extremely difficult to kill. Although Wang Lin's timing was very clever, Lu Xuan's pupils shrank when the spells closed in. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out blood. The blood turned into a blood armor that surrounded his body. Even his hair turned blood red. His skin was the same, and in the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood. Lu Xuan suddenly opened his arms as the spells closed in. Blood armor tremor. The moment he spoke, the blood-red color on Lu Xuan's body dried up and turned into armor. When he stretched out his arms, the blood-red armor on his body exploded and turned into a blood-red storm that swept out. The huge palm print in the sky shattered the instant it touched the blood-colored storm. The flame palm print behind Lu Xuan also shattered when it collided with the blood-colored storm. The blood sword flashed and slashed down on the blood-colored storm. EC also charged into the storm with a roar. All of this set off a heaven-shaking rumble at this moment. The moment the thunderous rumble echoed, Wang Lin charged out toward the blood storm. This blood storm was Lu Xuan's life-saving spell, and after resisting all of Wang Lin's spells, it showed signs of breaking. Lu Xuan coughed out blood and had a ferocious expression as he retreated like crazy. Just as he retreated, he stared at Wang Lin and disappeared without a trace. Lu Xuan's pupils shrank and he suddenly turned around. He raised his right hand and pushed behind him. Behind him, Wang Lin's figure appeared and threw a punch. This punch didn't have an ancient Dao shadow, but it was an ancient Dao punch. With a thunderous bang, the lotus on Lu Xuan's right arm became a bloody mess and his body was knocked back. Wang Lin also coughed out blood, but he didn't stop and chased after Lu Xuan. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Wang Lin chased and threw out 19 punches in a row. Lu Xuan's face was pale and his eyes were filled with terror. Wang Lin's pursuit was too fierce and didn't give him any chance to react. His body was covered in blood and he looked extremely terrifying. This kind of method can't kill me. Lu Xuan deeply understood that today was a rare life and death crisis for him. Wang Lin's timing was very clever. It was obvious that Wang Lin hadn't attacked at the last minute but had prepared for a long time. As he retreated, he withstood Wang Lin's punch and destroyed the Black Lotus before him. He waved his left hand and a black bell appeared in his hand. This was the first time he, Lu Xuan, had taken out a treasure during his battle with Wang Lin, and it was his most powerful treasure. As soon as the bell appeared, it let out a crisp sound as it shook in Lu Xuan's hand. As the bell rang out, countless illusory images of women appeared around Lu Xuan. They were completely naked, and had miserable expressions on their faces. Their resentment soared to the heavens. There were no less than hundreds of thousands of them, and their souls overlapped with each other. Their resentment formed a force that rushed into the sky. All the cultivators fighting on the extreme sky prairie could clearly feel it. The battle between the 6 early-stage void tribulent cultivators became even more intense. After feeling this aura, their divine senses spread out to check, but the fog restricted their divine senses, so they couldn't see clearly. However, the 3 cultivators from the Green Devil continent were very familiar with Lu Xuan's spells and treasures. At this moment, when they felt this resentment, their expressions changed. They knew that Lu Xuan must have encountered a life-and-death enemy, or else he wouldn't have taken out this treasure. As for the mid-stage void tribulent old man fighting Yen Lu's group of 3 and the cultivator named Zhang fighting Lu Wenran, their expressions changed. However, their divine senses were blocked by the fog, so they couldn't see what was happening. Lu Wenran's eyes lit up and his divine sense spread out. However, there was an invisible barrier around Lu Xuan's battle. His divine sense was a bit blurry, so he couldn't see who was fighting Lu Xuan. Yen Lu and the others were the same. The moment the resentment rushed into the sky, Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He was well prepared and had only used part of it. The real 2 killing moves hadn't been used yet. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to raise his right hand and point at the sky. A gourd appeared at his fingertip. This gourd contained 30 million Dao souls, and if it exploded, it could threaten a mid-stage void tribulent cultivator. However, Wang Lin didn't control it to explode. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of blood at the gourd. The blood quickly disappeared into the gourd, and hissing sounds came from the gourd. 30 million Dao souls flew out and formed a path of blood behind Wang Lin. I use my essence blood to summon the heroic souls of the great soul sect's ancestors. Soul illusion return. Wang Lin's words were calm, but they contained a mysterious force. At the end of the blood path was a giant vortex. The vortex fused with the surrounding fog and gave off a gloomy aura. As Wang Lin spoke, a blood-colored figure slowly walked out. Every step he took would cause the surroundings to explode with loud bangs. The monstrous resentment summoned by Lu Ziyuan's treasure showed signs of collapsing when the blood-colored figure walked out. Lu Ziyuan's expression changed greatly. He formed a seal and pointed at the sky. The resentment immediately condensed into a giant figure. This figure was a woman, and her body was made up of more than 100,000 vengeful souls. More than 100,000 mournful faces could be seen on her body. The moment the figure condensed, the giant figure opened its eyes and charged at Wang Lin. At this moment, the figure of the great soul sect's ninth ancestor, Luo Yunhai, walked out from the blood path vortex behind Wang Lin. He raised his right hand and a shocking killing intent appeared. The killing intent turned into a red lance and he threw it. The lance collided with the giant figure formed by countless resentment souls. The moment they collided, the lance released a light of command. It was as if it was purifying the giant figure and caused it to collapse. The resentment souls inside howled as they were pushed back. Thunderous rumbles echoed and Wang Lin's body trembled. He coughed out blood and retreated 1,000 feet. The blood path behind him dissipated and the figure of the ninth ancestor, Luo Yunhai, disappeared. However, at the same time, the giant resentment souls collapsed and Lu Ziyuan's body erupted with blood. He let out a miserable scream and retreated. The collapsed vengeful soul transformed into countless other vengeful souls, all of which seemed to be suffering from a backlash. They surged into Lu Ziyuan's body, burrowing in and out of his body. Lu Ziyuan screamed as he retreated madly. However, he wasn't dead, only seriously injured. At this point, he no longer cared about the battle. God tremble, soldier cultivator ranks. Demon spell, fire beacon mountain. Devil Dao, life and death reversal. God, demon, devil. Ancient Dao, no celestial. Wang Lin stared at the retreating Lu Ziyuan and threw a punch. Chapter 1859. Lu Ziyuan's body suddenly collapsed under Wang Lin's punch from thousands of feet away. Lu Ziyuan's body turned into a pile of flesh and blood that fell to the ground. His origin soul became distorted and shattered under Wang Lin's strongest punch. Only his head was pushed back by a powerful force toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin grabbed it and then he disappeared. The moment Wang Lin disappeared, the entire battlefield became silent. Lu Ziyuan's mournful cry before he died spread in all directions. The mid-stage void turbulent old man named Zhang, who was fighting Lu Wenran, trembled. He ignored Lu Wenran and quickly retreated. Lu Wenran's eyes narrowed as he heard the mournful cry before Lu Ziyuan's death. A void turbulent cultivator died in battle? Lu Ziyuan. The old man named Zhang quickly retreated and arrived at the place where Lu Ziyuan died. When he saw the flesh and blood on the ground, his pupils shrank. He clearly knew the relationship between Lu Ziyuan and the Devil Dao sect's sect master. Seeing Lu Ziyuan die, his heart trembled. There was also the old man named Zhao, who was fighting Yen Lu and company. He also desperately retreated. When Yen Lu and company heard the scream, they were startled and arrived at the place where Lu Ziyuan died. Lu Ziyuan is dead? The 3 early-stage void turbulent cultivators from the Green Devil continent also retreated. Their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Aside from them, there was no one else. On the extreme sky prairie, anyone who heard Lu Ziyuan's miserable scream before his death was shocked and their eyes were filled with horror. A void turbulent cultivator has died. That voice. That voice sounds like Elder Lu's. A void tribulent cultivator has died. An uproar echoed. Void tribulent cultivators rarely died. Retreat. There was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the old man named Zhang. He waved his sleeves and his divine sense spread out. He turned into a ray of light and quickly left. The people around him quickly followed and left in the blink of an eye. Lu Wenran didn't chase. He looked at the old man's back and pondered. The identity of this person must be extraordinary. But who killed him? Su Dongda looked around and frowned. He didn't know who had killed the enemy void tribulent cultivator, but he was shocked. He killed a void tribulent earth cultivator in such a short period of time. Who is this person? Only Yen Lu's pupils shrank. She vaguely noticed something and her right hand couldn't help but tremble. It's him. As the void tribulent cultivators retreated, the thousands of green devil continent cultivators that were still alive quickly fled into the distance in fear. Return to the underground palace and guard it tightly. The other party will definitely launch a second attack. We just need to defend within the mist. Don't chase after them. Lu Wenran flicked his sleeves and looked around. Who could it be? He took a step forward and disappeared into the ground. Shortly after, all the heavenly bull continent cultivators melted into the earth and disappeared. In the underground palace below the extreme sky prairie, almost 10,000 cultivators had gone out, but less than 4,000 had returned. These 4,000 people silently pondered and returned to their caves to prepare for the next battle. Wang Lin also returned to the underground palace with the thousands of cultivators. His face was pale. His battle with Lu Ziyuan hadn't lasted for long, but it had been an extremely difficult battle for Wang Lin. He had calculated everything, including the order of his attacks and the other party's reaction. He had also taken advantage of the fact that the other party's celestial spiritual energy was exhausted and the fog formation. All of these conditions allowed him to kill Lu Ziyuan, but even so, he was injured. There was intense pain in his chest, and he needed to heal as soon as possible. This is the first void tribulent cultivator I killed. Void tribulent cultivators are too difficult to kill. Wang Lin silently pondered. If it wasn't for the heavenly bull formation, he wouldn't have been able to kill Lu Ziyuan. Wang Lin had expected that no one would notice that he had killed Lu Ziyuan. In truth, when he attacked, in order to prevent Lu Ziyuan from escaping, he had already shrunk the restriction around the area where he and Lu Ziyuan were fighting. With the restriction around, even if other people's divine sense entered, it would be blurry and they wouldn't be able to see clearly. Therefore, even when he summoned the Great Soul Sect's ninth ancestor, Luo Yunhai, it would be difficult for others to notice. After all, Wang Lin had a lot of secrets, and he didn't want others to notice him. That was why he had used the restriction to make it difficult for others to notice him. At this moment, almost every cultivator in the underground palace was filled with speculations. They were all wondering who had killed a void tribulent cultivator on the other side. Inside the underground palace, Lu Wenran, Yen Lu, and the other 5 void tribulent cultivators were all silently sitting there. Beside them were the 3 old men that had looked down on Wang Lin. The 3 old men were filled with shock. It was obvious that they found it hard to believe that someone on their side had killed a void tribulent cultivator. If it was Lu Wenran, they could accept it. Even if it was one of the other void tribulent cultivators, it would still be acceptable. However, it was obvious that the person who had killed the Green Devil Continent's void tribulent cultivator wasn't one of them, so who was it? I didn't see it clearly. During the battle, the cultivator named Lu retreated, as if he wanted to devour pills to replenish his celestial spiritual energy. Then the sounds of battle came from there. During this time, I also scanned with my divine sense, but there was a restriction there. After my divine sense entered, it was blurry and I couldn't see clearly. I also scanned with my divine sense, but I didn't find anything. The three void turbulent cultivators from the nearby sects spoke to each other. Their eyes were filled with doubt and dread. They were confused about who had killed the Green Devil Continent's void turbulent cultivator and feared what kind of cultivation level was needed to kill an undying void turbulent cultivator in such a short period of time. To a certain extent, cultivators who had passed 9 arcane tribulence and stepped into the true void turbulent stage were undying and undying. Undying meant that their lifespan was as long as the world. Undying meant that it was extremely difficult for void turbulent cultivators to die. One of the 3 old men that hadn't reached the void turbulent stage and had looked down on Wang Lin muttered, "Who could it be? It looks like there is a hidden powerhouse among the cultivators outside." Lu Wenran's gaze swept by everyone. He didn't think these people could kill a cultivator of the same cultivation level in such a short period of time. As his gaze swept by, he suddenly thought of a person. His pupils shrank, but he soon gave up on this absurd thought. It can't be him, he can't do this. Lu Wenran thought of Wang Lin. Okay, since this person isn't willing to show up, then there's no need to look for him. This is a good thing for us, and perhaps this person will show up soon. Lu Wenran's expression was gloomy. He didn't like that something he couldn't grasp had happened in the 3rd meridian he was guarding. This made his mood fluctuate a bit. Su Dongda frowned and suddenly said, "Is it possible that the person who did this isn't here and was just passing by during the battle?" As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone began to ponder the matter. Lu Wenran gaped in shock. After thinking about it for a moment, he came to the conclusion that it was quite possible. After all, he didn't believe that there was anyone other than himself who could do such a thing. The same scene was happening outside the heavenly bullfog. At the edge of the extreme sky prairie, the thousands of Green Devil Continent cultivators were silently sitting down. The 2 mid-stage void turbulent old men were at the center, and they were questioning Lu Xuan's death. It's not that no void turbulent cultivators have died in the war between the Green Devil Continent and the Heavenly Bull Continent, but this is the first time we've watched them die without knowing who killed them. The old man named Zhang's expression was extremely gloomy and filled with anger. He didn't know how angry the Devil Dao Sect's sect master, who had been in closed-door cultivation for many years, would be if he found out about this. Elder Lu's identity. Someone among the void turbulent cultivators fighting with Lu Xuan said in a low voice, but he didn't finish speaking. Let's put the matter of identity aside for now. Think about it carefully and see if there are any clues. How could something like this happen in such a short period of time? The old man named Zhao let out a sigh and slowly spoke. At that time, Elder Lu retreated to take the devouring pill. We were blocked by the fog and couldn't see clearly. But soon, we heard the sounds of fighting. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the fighting was over. Divine sense can't penetrate inside, there's a layer of restriction. However, I noticed that Elder Lu took out his treasure and caused a large amount of resentment to gather. A few of them spoke about what happened. As everyone spoke, a woman who hadn't spoken until now suddenly said, "Elder Zhao, I have a discovery." This woman was one of the 4 people fighting with Lu Xuan against the 3 void turbulent cultivators from the Heavenly Bull Continent. She was a bit hesitant, and when the old man named Zhao looked over, she clenched her teeth. Aside from the Heavenly Bull fog, there is another layer of restriction that prevents our divine sense from entering. This restriction should be the Devil Restriction Sex Space Restriction Formation. I have come into contact with this formation before, so I shouldn't be wrong. As soon as he said this, the surroundings immediately quieted down. Everyone's gazes were focused on the old man surnamed Zhao. This old man named Zhao was someone from the Green Devil Continent's 3 great sects, the Devil Restriction Sect. The old man named Zhao's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "I'm not familiar with the space restriction formation, so I didn't notice it. However, now that you mention it, I think of something. The tragedy at the Pill Sea was investigated by my Devil Restriction sect, and combined with the reports of our spies, we locked onto an elder of the Great Soul sect named Wang Lin. Also, a space-severing restriction compass disappeared in the Pill Sea. However, according to the sect's central formation, the compass wasn't destroyed. As the old man named Zhao spoke, he looked into the depths of the extreme sky prairie. If that is the case, then it is likely that he killed Elder Lu. Even if he isn't, there must be some connection. Wang Lin. There was a flash of killing intent in the eyes of the old man named Zhang. He had to kill this person, or else he wouldn't be able to withstand the anger of the sect master. Chapter 1860. On the extreme sky prairie, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The bright moonlight shined on the earth and shrouded the prairie in silver. From afar, it was very beautiful and gave off an indescribable sense of tranquility. It was impossible to tell that a battle between tens of thousands of cultivators had occurred here during the day. Even on the ground, there were no corpses. The bodies and souls of the dead cultivators had all been absorbed by the mist that had dissipated. It was no different from usual. Just the traces of blood lingering in this place was enough to prove how tragic it was during the day. The moonlight could only fall on the ground and couldn't penetrate into the underground palace. Wang Lin was sitting inside a cave. This cave was completely dark without any light, and even Wang Lin's figure was hidden in the darkness as if he had merged with the darkness. Wang Lin had paid a great price to kill Lu Ziyuan. He had calculated before and after, as well as the final killing blow. At this moment, his face was pale as he cultivated with his eyes closed. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in them. In the pitch-black cave, the light was like two balls of flame, flickering, extremely shocking. Wang Lin had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to kill a void, turbulent cultivator. It was not easy for others to kill him, and Lu Ziyuan hadn't used many of his methods and treasures. After all, Wang Lin's timing was very vicious. Otherwise, the result would be unknown. 10 early-stage void turbulent cultivators and 3 mid-stage void turbulent cultivators. The mission Old Ancestor Green Bull gave me is very difficult. Wang Lin silently pondered. In truth, when he agreed to Old Ancestor Green Bull's 3 conditions, he had already thought through all of this. The reason he agreed was because Wang Lin didn't want to owe those 3 gifts. Just the gift of the water origin alone was almost equivalent to giving him a strand of origin. Furthermore, the difficulty of condensing and comprehending essences on one's own was obvious from Wang Lin's thunder and fire essences. That was why this gift was so important that Wang Lin couldn't refuse it. As for the spatial stone, although it seemed ordinary, Wang Lin had a vague feeling that it was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. There were too many spaces within it, and it was very mysterious. There was also the last gift, the opportunity to deduce and scheme. It could help Wang Lin greatly at the critical moment, and even reverse the situation. These 3 gifts were heavy. Since Wang Lin had accepted them, with his personality, he had to repay them. There are still 9 early-stage void turbulent cultivators left. If I can kill one, I can definitely kill 9 more. The most important thing is the 3 mid-stage void turbulent cultivators. Even if I explode the gourd with 30 million Dao souls, I can only kill one. As for the remaining 2 mid-stage void turbulent cultivators, Wang Lin frowned, but he didn't retreat. His eyes were filled with coldness. Old Ancestor Green Bull gave me these 3 conditions because he was confident I wouldn't be able to complete them in a short period of time. However, I don't want to participate too much in the battle between the Heavenly Bull and the Green Devil. I must complete the 3 conditions as soon as possible. Once I have no connection with the Great Soul Sect, I must quickly leave this place. Wang Lin lowered his head and looked at the darkness below him. He couldn't see the cave clearly, and many thoughts appeared in his mind. Just at this moment, Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and looked outside the cave. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the door of the cave and see outside. At this moment, the underground palace was completely silent, with only the faint sound of breathing. The dim light came from the few moonstones here. In the dim light, the shadow of a woman floated over from the distance and stood outside Wang Lin's cave. She looked at the cave where Wang Lin was and hesitated. After pondering for a long time, she was about to send out a divine sense message when Wang Lin's calm voice came from inside the cave. "Fellow cultivator Yen Lu has come to visit so late at night. Why hesitate outside? Please come in." As Wang Lin's words echoed, the door to the cave silently opened, revealing a crack. It was completely dark inside the crack, making it impossible to see what was inside. From Yen Lu's position, the crack in the door was like a big mouth that was waiting for her to enter. After pondering for a while, Yen Lu clenched her teeth. She had questions in her heart, and if she didn't clarify them, it would be difficult for her to calm down. Yen Lu's body flickered and she entered the crack in the door. At the instant he entered, the door to the cave suddenly closed, not leaving a single gap. After the door closed, Yen Lu immediately stopped and looked ahead. The darkness here was so dark that unless she activated her cultivation in her eyes, it would be a blur if she just relied on the naked eye. She could faintly see the outline of Wang Lin sitting not far away. That figure gave her a lot of pressure, and the source of this pressure came from the two bets in the Soul Scripture Pavilion. Looking ahead, as a woman, Yen Lu was sensitive to the killing intent here. This killing intent was very faint, and it wasn't directed at her. It was obvious that this person had returned here to cultivate after killing. This was a natural aura that would come out of his body. This aura could only be detected by cultivators. For some reason, the moment she felt this killing intent, Lu Ziyuan's figure appeared in Yen Lu's mind. Everything that happened before his death appeared in her eyes like a fantasy. She seemed to have seen Wang Lin kill Lu Ziyuan in a very short period of time. Wang Lin slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Yen Lu, it is late at night. You are standing inside Wang Lin's cave without saying a word. Do you want to stay there all night? Did you kill that early-stage void tribulent cultivator from the Green Devil continent?" Yen Lu silently pondered for a moment and her voice echoed inside the cave. "It must be you. In this underground palace, aside from Elder Lu Wenran, no one can do this in a short period of time. If there is anyone, it must be you. Others don't know your ability, but I know it very well." Yen Lu looked at Wang Lin's shadow hidden in the darkness and softly said, "Wang Lin, is that you?" No comment. Wang Lin silently pondered a bit and his voice was still calm. There was no fluctuation in his voice, as if it was normal. After hearing Wang Lin's words, Yen Lu smiled and tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. She looked at Wang Lin in the darkness and softly spoke. "I don't know why you won't admit it, but your aura is unstable and you obviously have to pay a certain price. After all, a void tribulent cultivator won't die so easily. If you need help, I can. The premise is that after we kill the void tribulent cultivator, we split the benefits equally. I hope Elder Wang doesn't mind." This is Yen Lu's sincerity. This was the real purpose of Yen Lu. After she finished speaking, she took out a pill and placed it on the ground. Then she bowed at Wang Lin and slowly retreated. She waved her sleeves and a gentle wind surrounded the door. The door opened a crack, and she turned into a strand of smoke that disappeared. From beginning to end, Wang Lin only said those 4 words to Yen Lu's question and didn't say anything else. After Yen Lu left, Wang Lin opened his eyes. 2 balls of fire-like light shined in the dark cave. He looked at the door of the cave and at Yen Lu's back. There was a flash of pondering in his eyes. His right hand reached out and the pill flew into his hand. After taking a closer look, the pill gave off a fragrant fragrance. It was obviously an excellent pill for healing. Wang Lin slowly revealed a smile. Time slowly passed, and soon 2 days went by. The Green Devil Continent cultivators at the edge of the extreme sky prairie were very quiet during these 2 days. They didn't start a second battle, as if they were waiting for something. They only sent out a few dozen people to closely observe the movements of the extreme sky prairie. The underground palace also sent out some cultivators to patrol. There would occasionally be some friction, but there were no large-scale battles. The cultivators that went out to patrol were assigned by the 3 old men. The old man named Zhou was in charge of almost all of them. Aside from void turbulent cultivators, the other cultivators would be sent out to patrol at any time. As for the cultivators that didn't go out to patrol, they were immersed in cultivation to keep their cultivation levels at their peak, ready for a new battle. After all, the cultivators of the Heavenly Bull Continent knew that the Green Devil Continent wouldn't give up just like this. Ordinary cultivators could ignore this matter, but Lu Wenran, who had the highest cultivation level here, looked up with a flash of worry in his eyes. In his view, this matter was very strange. The Green Devil Continent cultivators were likely waiting for reinforcements to arrive. If that was the case, then there would be a change in the underground palace. There was also the question of who killed the void turbulent cultivators. Lu Wenran had been thinking about it for the past 2 days. He had ruled out candidates one by one, and in the end, aside from his earliest guess, it all fell on Wang Lin. Although he didn't believe that Wang Lin had the ability, this matter was of great importance. After pondering for a bit, he summoned the old man named Zhou. After giving him some instructions, the old man named Zhou respectfully left the cave. After 2 days of time, Wang Lin's injuries had recovered a lot. At dusk of the second day, a second guest arrived at Wang Lin's cave, and it was also an uninvited guest. Fellow cultivator Wang Lin of the Great Soul Sect, I ask fellow cultivator to give up cultivating and patrol for the night. The person who spoke was the old man named Zhou who had listened to Lu Wenran's orders. At this moment, he stood outside Wang Lin's cave. His expression was calm and his words were filled with an unquestionable tone. The warriors of the Celestial Renegade Alliance charge forward. I would like to thank Fning 2011, Guyu 2011, Du Donli, Mian Mia, Feng Qin, Han Bing J, 1990, Xingzhe, Fashion, Limitless, and Shuyu 080-325-1623-15307 for making a perfect breakthrough and becoming the leader of the Celestial Renegade Alliance. I am extremely touched. I would like to send all the new Alliance leaders, the Alliance leaders of the Celestial Renegade Alliance, and all the friends who support the Celestial Renegade Alliance. Chapter 1861. The old man named Zhou had never considered Wang Lin a threat. In his view, although Wang Lin was an elder of the Great Soul Sect, his cultivation level was too low. Wang Lin had probably used some connections to obtain the status of an elder. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the sects of the immortal astral continent. Almost every sect would have some people who used their low cultivation level to become an elder. These people were not valued by the sect and were just there for show. Once these people entered the battlefield, they would immediately reveal their true colors. The old man named Zhou was very contemptuous in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. However, the coldness in his words did reveal some of it. I didn't see this person gain any merit in the previous battle, but it is interesting that Elder Lu wants him to patrol. I fear this person is too unpopular in the Great Soul Sect to the point that even Elder Lu doesn't like him. As the old man named Zhou stood outside Wang Lin's cave, these thoughts flashed through his mind. He was good at observing people's expressions. This Wang Lin had been pushed aside and wasn't qualified to enter the palace. He could only choose to live in the cave, and this showed a lot of problems. His cold words entered the ears of the descendant Wang Lin's cave. This caused Wang Lin to open his eyes. His eyes were completely calm, and this calmness without any fluctuations was terrifying. His figure was hidden by the darkness and fused with the darkness. Even his white hair seemed to be dyed by the darkness and couldn't be seen clearly. "Elder Wang, did you not hear the old man's words?" The old man named Zhou frowned. He had been standing outside the cave for more than 10 breaths, but Wang Lin seemed to be dead and hadn't said a single word. This kind of pretentious attitude caused the old man named Zhou to feel disgust. He didn't wait for Wang Lin to reply and waved his sleeve. The door to Wang Lin's cave rumbled and cracks appeared on the door. In an instant, cracks covered every inch of the door. With a bang, the door to the cave collapsed. During these 2 days, the old man named Zhou had been very polite when he went to notify the patrollers. Now that he saw Wang Lin's indifference, he was naturally very dissatisfied. When the door of the cave collapsed, the old man let out a cold snort and walked inside. However, just as his right foot entered the cave, he suddenly stopped. He saw Wang Lin coldly looking at him inside the cave. Lu Wenran's icy gaze caused old man Zhou's heart to pound for some unknown reason. All the hair on his body stood on end, and he felt as if he was being stared at by Lu Wenran. That feeling caused all the blood in his body to flow faster, and he subconsciously stopped moving. "Who gave you the right to destroy my cave?" Wang Lin said calmly. There was no trace of joy or anger on his face. As he spoke, he slowly stood up and walked toward the old man. The old man named Zhou's heart was pounding. He felt like the moment he walked into the cave, he wasn't looking at a cultivator, but an ancient beast awakening from its slumber. This caused his body to tremble, and even his origin soul to tremble. This was just a feeling, but it gave him an extremely real sense of terror. As Wang Lin walked closer, the old man named Zhou's face immediately turned pale. His feet seemed to be out of his control, and he subconsciously retreated. After a few steps, he was out of the cave. His body was covered in sweat and his clothes were soaked. The old man named Zhou's pupils shrank and he screamed, "Wang! Elder Wang, what are you doing?" Wang Lin didn't speak. He slowly walked out from the darkness. His white hair shone under the dim light outside the cave, revealing the color of bones. When he completely appeared from the darkness, the heart of the old man named Zhou, who had retreated out of the cave, began to beat faster. This beating was extremely fast. In an instant, it replaced all sounds in the old man's mind. It was as if his heart was going to burst out from his chest and shatter. This intense feeling caused disbelief to appear in the eyes of the old man named Zhou, as well as shock. As he walked forward, Wang Lin stopped 10 feet away from the old man named Zhou. He calmly looked into the old man's eyes. Her gaze and attitude made the old man with the surname Zhou feel an immense pressure, causing his mind to go blank. It's Elder Lu Wenran." In just a few breaths of time, the old man surnamed Zhou was unable to withstand the pressure. He even had the illusion that if he didn't answer, his body and soul would be destroyed under the old man's gaze, and he would suddenly collapse and die. The moment he spoke, Wang Lin's gaze moved away from the old man and looked at the most luxurious palace in the distance. That was where Lu Wenran was. The moment Wang Lin looked over, Lu Wenran seemed to notice it. He opened his eyes and vaguely met Wang Lin's gaze across the palace. The old man named Zhou didn't dare to breathe. Although the pressure on his body had dissipated, that terrifying feeling had left an unerasable impression on him. This person is definitely not an elder of the Great Soul sect through connections. His cultivation level is simply too terrifying. The old man named Zhou's face was pale. When Wang Lin looked at him, it was like there was a sharp sword placed between his eyebrows. He would never forget it. He felt endless regret in his heart. He shouldn't have listened to Lu Wenran and provoked such a terrifying person. Wang Lin's gaze moved away from the palace after a few breaths. His expression was still calm as he waved his sleeve and walked past the old man named Zhou. As he walked past, his right hand casually patted the old man named Zhou's shoulder. "Anyone who destroyed my cave door must die. Since this is your first offense and you were instigated, you can avoid death," but you can't escape punishment. When Wang returns, I want to see the cave door intact." As he spoke, Wang Lin walked forward and slowly disappeared. Wang Lin didn't refuse the matter of patrolling. Since this matter was assigned by Lu Wenran, even if he refused once, there would be more. After Wang Lin left, the old man named Zhou's body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face immediately turned pale and his body staggered. Fear filled his eyes. He didn't hesitate to rush off into the distance to find a new cave door. He had to repair this place before Wang Lin returned. He didn't dare to not do this. "Fellow cultivator Zhou, come here." However, just as the old man named Zhou rushed off, a feminine voice echoed in his ears. This caused the old man named Zhou to suddenly stop, and his expression became extremely bitter. This voice belonged to Lu Wenran. "There is no need to implicate me in the conflict between the two of you," the old man named Zhou sighed. Lu Wenran had summoned him, so he had to immediately rush over. He bitterly smiled and gave up on repairing the cave door. He helplessly flew toward the palace. He only hoped that when he left Lu Wenran's place, he would have enough time to complete Wang Lin's task. Otherwise, he didn't dare to think of the consequences. Wang Lin's figure floated through the extreme sky prairie. Shortly after, his figure appeared under the moonlight. The moonlight was very bright during the first half of the night and shined on the earth, causing the prairie to be covered in silver. However, after Wang Lin appeared, the moonlight gradually dimmed and was covered by layers of dark clouds, causing the earth to be covered in darkness. Wang Lin quietly walked on the prairie. The sound of the grass rustling was very clear in the calm night. Time slowly passed. Soon, the moonlight in the sky was covered by dark clouds. As a result, the entire world was immersed in darkness. Wang Lin's figure once again fused with the darkness, and he couldn't be seen clearly. Only the moist wind blew from the distance, sweeping the earth and causing Wang Lin's clothes and hair to flutter. However, in the darkness, everything was blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. As he walked on the prairie, Wang Lin thought of Li Muan. His eyes were filled with sadness as he stroked his right hand. That was where his storage space was, where Li Muan had slept. When he touched his right hand, he felt the warmth of his right hand, as if he could feel Li Muan. More than 2,000 years, less than 3,000 years. It was very long, but it was also very short. It was like the grass of the extreme sky prairie. Generation after generation, it spread across the prairie. However, the wind was eternal and unchanging. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Perhaps it was because he hadn't recovered from his injuries, but he felt a sense of loneliness in his heart. "I dyed the heavens red with fire, all to give you a reason to stop being so cold. I used lightning to shake the entire world, all so that you could hear my voice. I traveled tens of thousands of kilometers, through one world after another, all so that I could find your breath. I entered the devil's Tao of slaughter. I defied the heavens and killed immortals. I overturned heaven and earth. I stood there in front of you, bleak and lonely, all so that you could open my eyes and calm me." Wang Lin looked out at the darkness of the prairie and walked silently. He liked the darkness of the night, because the darkness of the night could cover up his bleak figure. Because within the darkness, his loneliness could not be seen by others. In everyone's heart there was a chest. That chest contained the memories of a person. Perhaps those memories were sweet, or perhaps they were bitter. Some people threw away the chest along with themselves, never to be found. Some people locked the chest and swallowed the key. They didn't want to open it, nor did they allow others to touch it. Some people always held the chest in the palm of their hands, telling themselves not to forget it. Some people buried the chest deep in the ground, waiting for that year, when the warm flowers bloomed, to see if they would bloom into beautiful flowers. The chest contained the feelings of a person, a cup of sweet and bitter water. "My chest is still here," Wang Lin murmured. In the darkness, he could not see his loneliness, could not see his bleakness, could not see his loneliness. At noon, the monthly votes will be doubled. Everyone, don't forget, today is the day. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.